All right. Let me grab a little something here. What's good, everybody? Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Yo, what's good, everybody? What's good? I see y'all. Hold on. Let me check something out real quick. Let me check out something real quick. Just want to make sure we straight. You know what I mean? You got to do the usual. Just want to make sure that we showing up for our sportscaster crew. Just want to make sure we straight. All right, so we live there. That's good. Got to check one more thing. Just give me a split second. Bam! There we go. All right. Yo, I'm gonna throw the invite straight into the thing, man. Just give me a second. Yeah. Hold on. All right.
Yo,
what's good, Raphael? What's good,
much, man? Happy holidays. Or?
Happy Thanksgiving, man. I appreciate that.
Sure. You can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
Hey, yo, my man, isn't it? Yo, let me do something real quick. All right. I see my man backstage. Hold on. I'm gonna add my man just real quick.
Okay. Salute.
All right, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's good, fam?
All right, Uncle Freeze, what's going on?
Hey, what's good? Hey, I got something I just wanted to throw out here real quick, man. Hey, yellow fella, we got this t-shirt for you. We got this Knicks at Night swag we trying to give to you, bro. What's good? Yellow fella, where you at? We trying to get this to you. You supposed to hit us up. You never hit us up, man. We trying to give you this swag, yellow fella, if you out there. So if anybody out there know yellow fella, make sure y'all hit my man up, and let him know he won that t-shirt, and we trying to get it to him. Yo, what's good? Art, what's good? Anthony Baker, Ty Champ, what's good? Art, I see you. Y'all, hey, the energy is crazy already. What's good? Antonio Arallo was good. Knicks at the Legion of Knicks podcast, aka that MF Doom, aka the Ghost-Faced Killer. What's good with you? I see you out there. Yo, he was like, yo, yeah. Nah, man, that's our guy. That's my guy, yo. So Thump Singleton is my man. We talk sports 24/7. Y'all just don't know what y'all just let in the room. You know what I'm saying? We talk sports and 2K. So y'all know y'all about to get it now. You know what I'm saying? Art is in the building. Hey, what's good? Hey, y'all, listen, I'm gonna try to keep it to four right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to. They're gonna tell the guy lead. Okay, all right. So let me keep it to 4 real quick. I'm gonna throw out a couple things. I'm gonna introduce my man, just touch on a couple topics, and then we just gonna go at it. For one, just want to say y'all know training camp right around the corner, right? Training camp's right around the corner. NBA, you know what I'm saying? The Knicks, you know, we got position battles. We got point guard, Frank Ntilikina, DSJ, LP, you know, whatever. You know, we got a position battle at center with Mitchell Robinson and Nerlens Noel. We got a position battle with Julius Randle and Obi Toppin. But yo, let me start this thing. I want to introduce my man, Thump Singleton to the broadcast, man. Yo, y'all give it up, man. Y'all welcome my guy. You know what I'm saying? It's late at night. Yo, RL, I see you. RL. Richard C. The New York Knicks is in the building. That dude Fresh is in the building. Hector Beauchamp was good. Yo, y'all welcome my man. Hey, I got a surprise for y'all though. Thump Singleton may or may not be a New York Knicks fan.
It's okay.
He may or may not be a fan of one of your arch rivals. So make sure y'all make sure you be straight with the talk because my man be super sharp. So anyway, let me go straight to. I want to ask Art first. Art. So do you think there is any smoke to these position battles in camp? Or is it one of this thing? It's good for the press clippings, like bringing in a guy, but we already know who's going to be the winner of all these battles before we go in.
I think I think for the 3 locks is RJ, Randall, and Mitchell Robinson. It's their job to lose. So, but the other 2, like shooting guard and point guard, that's up for grabs. But like I only see it as like a 2-man race for those two battles. Like I think point guard is just going to be Rivers or Payton, and then the shooting guard is Burks or Bullock.
Okay. So do you have a preference?
My preference.
Like, what would you like to see?
Well, I want to see Obi start right away, but like if he's coming off the bench and being the guy off the bench, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. Like him being the guy in the second unit, like I wouldn't be mad if the starting lineup opening day is Robinson at the center, Randall at the 4, RJ at the 3, Burks at the 2, and then Rivers at the point guard.
Rivers.
And then off the bench is going to be Payton, Bullock, Obi, and Nerlens Noel. Because I don't think Tibs is going to use a legit 10-man rotation because he usually doesn't.
Right.
Like he'll play that 10th guy. Like it'll either be like I guess Frank or Knox, but we'll see. I think he's gonna go with a 9-man rotation.
Okay. All right. Right. So Raphael, I'm sorry, God of Moses and Elijah. So what do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think about
Cool.
So what do you think about the position battles first? Do you think it's just PR, or do you think there's legit fire to the smoke that's been put out about potential battles in camp? And for instance, Mitchell Robinson has never been a starter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he has.
Assuming that is the starter. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm talking about in terms of long-term starter. You know what I mean? Like so Mitch has never been a long-term starter. Do you think the Knicks are ready to move in a position with him being the long-term starter, or is it a situation where you think it's just PR, bringing a vet just to push Mitch in camp and then maybe trade him at the deadline?
With the Mitchell Robinson situation, I think he's going to start. I agree with Art on that one. I think everybody's sort of like a wait and see, but the only player that Udi Mack didn't say that that I disagree is going to be starting is Randle. I don't see him starting. It's not because I think he's talented, and I think he's very productive, and I think we could keep him if the front office wants to keep him. I just think he has a problem playing a system. So and that I believe he can learn. So that's I think he has issues learning how to fit into a system, whether it's the Knicks or possibly other organizations too. And I think it could possibly be taught with Kenny Payne and Tibs and this, that, and the third. So I see Randle as a good fit for this year, as a good fit coming off the bench, and he's going to get his numbers. I think he can prove in assists. I think he can prove in points and rebounds. I don't think there's a single critic that is concerned about his production, and they are concerned about his spin move. They're concerned about the other stuff, but they know that he's gonna go out there. He's gonna go. He can get. They know that he can get his. But I like the idea of him and Nerlens Noel coming off the bench. I want to stay. I just want to remind people off the gate that I really want quickly Randle, possibly Knox, because Knox is possible he can start. I don't know how I feel about that, but I wouldn't mind him coming off the bench with Randle and Nerlens Noel and quickly. But that was my dream bench. My dream bench was quickly Randle, but I don't want to segue to that. I think the starting five, is it competitive? I think the point guard is, right, because that's the biggest question mark. I don't think people are really concerned about the power forward. The power forward is like, well, everybody will be happy with Obi, Mitchell Robinson. I don't think the coach or the fans can have an issue with that. The small forward.
So are you saying that you believe that the starting roster, basically the starters are set, or do you think it's legit going to be competition in camp?
I think it's 3 out of 5. It's 3 out of 5 locked in. I think the other two are the same questions that us fans have. I think Tibs has them, and sometimes can Frank start? That's what I feel like. DSJ start? Can they pro? I don't know. I think it gives Tibs an opportunity to do different kind of rotations, because there's a huge question in we have possibly good role players in the point guard positions. That point guard position we have at best great role players. Players that can come off the bench, and you having them start.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'll tell you where I am.
In the small forward position, possibly the same could go for that too.
Oh, right. So I'll tell you where I am with it. Right. So for one, I don't believe we're going to have the classic small forward 3 position. I think they brought in cats like Alec Burks, so that it'll be the evolution of the position, like RJ Barrett and Alec Burks will get a lot of minutes at that position, where you see 2 guards playing the 3, and then some, and it gives the coach flexibility. So the thing is I do believe. So shout out to let me shout out to everybody in the chat. So for one, we just jumped on. It is 42 people here looking already. You know what I mean? Hey, and so what I want to do is bring in my guy, my main man. Bring in, my guy Thump. So the thing is so he is not the conventional fan like that. So my man is a Miami Heat fan, and so I had this take a little while ago.
I have a question for him.
I thought the Miami Heat were paper champs when y'all were talking to me about cats like Bam Adebayo and Tyler Herro. My idea of it was, I think everybody was being prisoners of the moment. But instead of just saying that, I wanted to bring in somebody who actually knew something so he can see what I'm talking about. So Thun, let me hear what it is you got to say about your Miami Heat and why they have legit sustainability.
Well, first I'm gonna start off by saying we did re-sign Bam Adebayo with an extension. A lot of people didn't like it, but what I think what they were doing was they're letting people know that we're gonna pay our people, we're gonna keep people here. You know what I'm saying? You know, the same situation with Dwayne Wade, and people wondering where they're gonna pay him. You know, towards the end of his career, they did do him really good. That's why they have a lot of players that still want to come and play for Miami. So I don't think that was a bad idea. First of all, second of all, I feel like, you know, it's a pretty good decision because Bam Adebayo and Giannis actually have the same agent. So I feel like even if they were going to take that path, it's going to still be an easy situation. We had another report of another guy that was close to him that said they asked him about if he wanted to join Miami. You know, he just came with a smile, but I believe, you know, because I feel like the Bucks came out pretty much flat this year. So I don't feel like they're going to be a threat as big as people think. They look good on paper. You know, you got they acquired Drew Holiday, which is a good point guard. You're going to need him playing defense and scoring, but it's not the same. You could have went for Chris Paul, if I would say. I would have rather went for Chris Paul to see if I can make myself a contender, but I think they're going out flat, especially with the Bogdanovich trade not going through. That's not helping them out at all. So other than that, I feel good. We actually attained Precious Achiuwa this year. He was Precious Achiuwa. Sorry about that. He's a power forward, got a high motor, plays defense, and people don't notice that he can shoot. I think he shot like anywhere between 37 and 42% last year. He's pretty big, pretty much almost NBA ready. You know what I'm saying? With age. He had a good year last year. Right. So I think that was a good acquisition. You know, we only had people like
I went to school with his brother.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I went to school with his brother.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, God's gift. He went to St. John's when I was there. Yeah.
But we acquired Precious Achiuwa, and what was I gonna say? Guys like Kelly Olynyk and Myers Leonard, we got them coming back. They play good D, and I guess Myers Leonard, you could say he gives you good picks in the top. You know what I'm saying? But those guys weren't playing heavy down low when it came to playing people like Anthony Davis and Dwight Howard and stuff like that when we were in the playoffs. So I think acquiring him is going to put some D on us, especially when we still got Iguodala and fellas like that helping us out. We also acquired a little point guard that was undrafted. He could possibly go to the G League, but I could possibly see him stepping up if we make some trades with our point guards.
So let me ask you this, because I know. Let me ask you this, because I know you're gonna Miami Heat me to death, right? And you know what? I'm a Knicks fan, and I deserve it, right? But what do you think? So my opinion is that the Miami Heat sets themselves aside from everybody else and how great they are, because their organization has a culture of win at all cost, right?
Yeah.
And I say that because the Miami Heat has the same problems as everybody else. Like sometimes they get duplicity at the same position. Sometimes they get a draft pick that doesn't turn out to be the guy. But for some reason, they always wind up being super competitive, not in just league long, like during the year, season long, but I'm talking about every game. Like, you rarely see a Miami Heat team get blown out and not show competitiveness. So what does that come from? Is that just the culture, or is that something like some type of secret sauce that Miami Heat has and nobody else can figure out what it is?
It's Pat Riley.
Well, yeah, that's you said the right thing. It's Pat Riley. He's always wanting to go for the win. He doesn't want to have any slack with any team that he has. These guys started practicing, I think 2 hours earlier this season. They got accustomed to practicing that early, which built chemistry between the team, which I feel made them good in the end of the season and in the bubble.
Right. So basically, the Heat can't, the Knicks can't develop that culture because they don't have a Pat Riley. Is basically what it sounded like to me. I don't want to buy into that narrative. My preference would be to say, if the Knicks can develop a culture of winning at all cost, and I'm talking about at everything, You know what I mean? Like some people think win at all costs means just keep getting bodies so that you can add them to a playoff run. But win at all costs means from day one, as soon as the team meets, every player and every coach wants to win every drill, every minute of every day. And it's a culture that's built over the course of time, so that when people step into that culture, like a Kelly Olynyk steps into that culture, he knows if he's not given 1,000% in practice at everything, that he may not get minutes. Is that what you see also, or is that something that maybe is just overstated by people on the outside looking in?
Well, I feel like they can build that culture, and I feel like they're actually taking steps to build that culture. They have Mitchell Robinson, which I feel is like a good stepping stone. He had a pretty good season last season, and they just acquired Obi Toppin, which I feel like will be a good electrifying player that they can have, which they also still have pieces, for the Russell Westbrook possibility trade. I feel like that'll be another person who will give you guys that type of culture, that'll have you at a go and get it type of feel. I feel like those two guys together will get the Knicks organization feeling like they could possibly win something this year, if that were to happen.
Okay.
As a Heat fan, do you ever find yourself dreaming for Kevin Knox, Dennis Smith Jr., or Frank Ntilikina?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Maybe on 2K.
I said, as a Heat fan, do you ever find yourself? Because I'm just trying to keep this real for Knicks fans to see how another fan base sees our players that we overrate. So, do you ever dream yourself wanting Kevin Knox, Dennis Smith Jr., or Frank Ntilikina on your roster?
Well, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I actually like Dennis Smith Jr.'s play. He's a small guy, but he has no fear. He plays with a lot of heart. I've seen this guy get a tooth knocked out and shoot free throws. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, I feel like he still has potential. Injuries or not, people still have a ceiling, and I feel like he's still very young. By the time you're probably 27, 28 is when you probably reach your peak. I still think he has some growing to go. That could be a possible scorer that you guys can use off the bench or anything like that. That's going to give you a good spark as well with these players that are playing with some of this electricity. It's like having a Lou Will or something like that.
Do you like as Knicks fans debate about their young talent? Do you think our young talent has as much value as some as Knicks fans have due to a trade or any possibility? Like, as I said, Knox, DSJ, Mitch, RJ, like any of our young talent have value outside of the Knicks organization? Because we sometimes have debates about, we could trade this guy for this guy and give up Knox, but also we've never heard the outside opinion of fans outside of the Knicks and our young guys.
Well, I feel like the Knicks do have a lot of talent. It's just that the way that the organization was already being built, some of that talent isn't meshing with each other, because some of these guys have possibilities to go different places and play even better than they've been playing there. Not because they're playing in a better organization. It's just that they might be playing in a different system. Like, for example, my boy Frank Ntilikina, I like him. I love him on defense. He kind of reminds me of like a Victor Oladipo, Only is you get him to a different place with a different shooting system. I think that he can play D. He is a 3-and-D guy that can make some plays for you. He plays strong on the inside, kind of like what's his name, Moutier. I feel like he can come in. He can do something different for you.
Right, I can see Frank and Moody here. That comparison I can see.
Yeah.
That's not good.
My man prefaced it by saying defensively. Before I see Knicks fans like they eat their young and they be mad knee jerk. My man said defensively, I can see him being like a Victor Oladipo, and everybody just assumed the complete play of Victor Oladipo. But that's what you get from Knicks fans, that they just hate Frank for some reason. So
I don't hate Frank.
But
for some reason,
so here's the thing. So here's the thing. I've been wanting to get to a thing that that Joe Man said the other day, and I had like 2 days to think about it. And I started to hit you up on it on socials too. I just, man, Thanksgiving got in the. So the thing is so I deal with Julius Randle, man. I feel like we legit need to start Obi from go, right? But here's the thing. What do we get? What do you feel like? Because the thing with Charlotte is out now, right? So what do you feel like the Knicks should do about like what's the asking price? What is your asking price for a cat like Julius Randle on the open market? Like because Lonzo is out and the Charlotte situation seems to be out too.
Freezy, you're cutting.
I'm cutting in now.
Yeah,
I can hear him.
Kind of. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Okay, so I'll just say this, and in my opinion, so to go back to my man Thump's point, the thing with Frank, I think I'm not the biggest fan of Frank, right? And it's just because his passiveness on offense just turned my stomach, man. I just hate to see him come across half and not look to attack the defense when he's playing point. But at the same time, defensively, he does give a lot of energy, even if it doesn't equate to say high defensive metrics, right? So you see him legit see him give his all on defense, and then on offense, it's another story. But the thing with Julius Randle is we have a cat that's 19-9 on a reasonable contract. I don't know what we can get for Randle around the league, and I don't want to send him to the bench for Obi, who hadn't played a minute. And even though I want Obi to start, I do, but I don't want him starting over Julius Randle and then diminish Julius Randle's value, and then we won't be able to get anything for him. And I know that sounds like some weird conundrum, but I like Julius Randle's stock to at least stay where it is or grow. I don't want to diminish it just because we have Obi starting. But let me ask this because so I'm gonna ask Thump this because somebody said this during the fall, and I didn't really get a chance to do it. How high do you believe is Tyler Herro's ceiling? Is he one guy? I was no lie. I was talking to a guy, and he legit told me he thinks Tyler. And I was talking to a biased Heat fan, right? A biased Heat fan told me that he thinks Tyler Herro is going to be better than Devin Booker. Where do you think Tyler Herro's stock is?
Well, right now, I wouldn't say I see D-Book, but I do see a good player in him. What I think I need to see is a little bit more minutes from him next season. Well, this season coming, which we'll see if he's a little bit more solid with his play. He got injured last season, missed a couple games, came in the bubble and played pretty good. But now we're not in the bubble. We're playing regular games. I want to see what he can do in regular games first and see if he can execute us into the postseason where we can see if we can repeat again.
You think he starts this year? I don't even see him as a starter.
I see him as a starter, but I feel like it's a toss-up between him and Mitchell Robinson right now. Not Mitchell Robinson, Lord
Duncan
right?
Robinson.
But I think it's a toss-up between those two right now. You know, they got Duncan Robinson. He has one of the fastest releases in the NBA. You got Tyler Herro. He's playing pretty good. He's actually making a couple plays for us. He's making big plays for us in the need that we do, but we got a 3-and-D guy in him. So it's kind of a toss-up between those two right now. And honestly, I'm not sure, but I feel like they're going to start Kendrick Nunn again this year, going into the season.
So how do y'all feel about Kendrick Nunn? Is Kendrick Nunn legit in the long-term plan, or is Kendrick Nunn just say a Norris Cole, just a guy that's going to play valuable minutes while he's here, but you may not look to resign him long term?
Honestly, I gotta see him. I gotta see more of him with the team. Honestly, to say I see a future with him with the Miami Heat. Honestly, right now, I think he's just focused on playing good ball. But in the future, I'd have to see him play more with the team because these guys, see close. When you see them on the court, sometimes he's a little bit more laid back. He's a different kind of guy with a different kind of style. So I'd rather see him play a little bit more with those guys.
Okay. Our boy RJ Barrett destroyed Tyler Herro, right?
You said what?
Last matchup. I said our boy RJ Barrett destroyed Tyler Herro in the last matchup.
I mean, matchups are matchups. You have good nights, bad nights, but I actually liked RJ Barrett. I'm not going to sit here and trash him because, honestly, I had him coming into NBA playing a little bit better than Zion, honestly. But, because I felt like he was actually doing most of the work when they were at Duke. A lot of people let it overshadow with the dunks and stuff like that. But if you've ever seen Zion play, sometimes you see it. It looks kind of like guys aren't guarding him at the 3-point line. Sometimes they give him free
Joe
shots.
Madden, stop. Hey, Joe Madden, stop hating. Chill out, Joe. Joe Madden on here talking about Freezy is sleeping. What are you talking about? My man's like, hey, shout out to everybody in the chat too. I just wanted to jump in and say something real quick. Hey, so everybody in the chat, the thing I wanted to have my man Thump on because for one, he understands NBA basketball, and two, it's dope to have a perspective for somebody that's just not a Knicks homer. Because we get on here at night and cats legit all night bash me about how good Frank Ntilikina is going to be going forward. They say, hey, this is only his fourth year.
I don't know why we're still talking about. We should be talking about RJ, Obi, and Robinson, not the bottom three prospects.
But that's not how we.
They don't get enough love.
Everything that we talk about always revolves around coming back to Frank Ntilikina. So for those that watch, every conversation we have, it always returns like Simba Singh says, all roads lead to Frank Ntilikina when we jump on. So the fact that we can bring somebody on that just can legit talk about legit stuff like what my man just say about RJ Barrett. So
yeah, RJ's the truth.
Yeah. So but what I also wanted to get to is where we lie as a franchise. So over the past couple of days, and maybe my homerism is coming out because I think legit in an 82 game season, I think Tom Thibodeau just on coaching alone would have won 30 games just off of him with the absolute blank roster. Tom Thibodeau would have at least won us 30 games with just a whole bunch of nobodies. But if you consider that we have talent, I think he'd get us closer to say 35, 36, 37 games. But in a situation where you have the season short to 72 games, I think Tom Thibodeau could get us to about 33, something like 30, about 33 wins. And I know Vegas has us at 22.5, but I legit think they don't take into account that Tom Thibodeau is a great coach, or unless they think the roster is an absolute disaster. I don't believe the roster is a disaster when we talk over the past couple of weeks or the last week or so about our roster and young guys may not be able to get minutes. Like we legit don't know if Kevin Knox and DSJ can get minutes for us, right? Mm-hmm. So if we think that, and I also think Tom Thibodeau can get us at least have us playing about 400 basketball, like right below 50, but not that bad. I think we could probably get to somewhere with 33, 34, 35 wins. Do y'all agree? What do y'all think? Do y'all think our roster is just 23 wins?
I think we could win more, but here's my but. I think Elfrid Payton kind of has to stay healthy. So the point guard has to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because if you look at our record with Elfrid Payton, we were a couple of games under 500 or something when he started.
Right.
So,
right.
But like it's going to be a tough schedule because we have those 8 games against division rivals, and we don't get to play the Cavs as much as Detroit, and the Cavaliers play Detroit as much as they do. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Right. Right.
See. But like I agree. I think the Tibs factor is a real thing. Like we're going to be like playing harder than some teams. Like some teams are just going to be like resting while we're trying, you know?
Right.
We might be able to steal some games. So.
That's a great point.
Right. I just legit people sleep on. I think sometimes we look at a situation where we gloss over so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, people will say, well, we got Tibs. Well, I mean, that's obvious. That's obvious we have Tibs. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But what people won't look at is legit in-game strategy. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks up by 5 with 6 minutes to go. Who would you prefer, Tom Thibodeau or David Fizdale? You know what I'm saying? The Knicks down by 7, you know, going into the fourth quarter against a Celtics team that just played a back-to-back. You know what I'm saying? What does Thibodeau do here? You know, what would Mike Miller have done? You know what I'm saying?
No, nobody asks that. Yeah. What would Mike Miller have done? He would have played Mo Harkless. So
good point. Good point. Hey, so let me shout out some people. So Jay Dills was good. Andre Bryant was good. Ronnie Montero was good. So we need to legit also find Yellow Fella so we can get this shirt to him. Because you know this thing is real, man. I looked at the shirt the other day. I was like, yo, we need to get this thing sent out to my man. But Raphael, let me ask you this. So what do you think? The addition of Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson does to the coaching staff, like the behind the scenes stuff, not the in-game strategic stuff, but I'm talking about like the behind the scenes stuff. Like, what do they bring to the table, in your opinion?
I mean, I just look at them. When I think about Kenny Payne, I just think about Knox, Quickly, Randle, and they're fixing their flaws, their motor issues, and possibly Ntilikina too, who has like people who have like Ntilikina and DSJ. I feel like they're going to benefit from Kenny Payne and Woodson. I think. From how I remember Woodson, I think Woodson does good with a lot of veterans. So I feel like I think he might do well with the young players. I don't know what else to say about Kenny Payne and Woodson really. Like they're just going to be really talking. I'm thinking they're going to be talking to the rookies a lot, right? That's what we anticipate. So I think it's just going to be a lot of coaching on top of a lot of coaching and a lot of learning, and a lot of players like Randle, he needs to get it. He has talent, but he needs to get it. Kevin Knox, he needs to build a motor. So there's going to be a lot of that going on. And seeing is like what John Calipari said. Can Julius Randle and Kevin Knox take it to another level? You know, we gotta see, is there another level to their game? And so I feel like Kenny Payne is that's his job to figure out, as well as Johnny Bryant and that sort of stuff.
Yo, shout out to the Triborough Gigolo in the building. So the thing is I feel like the addition of Mike Woodson is probably going to be like he'll probably be I don't think
he's the player whisperer.
Thibodeau is the greatest communicator with players and veterans. So you bring in a Mike Woodson to kind of be that go-between that keeps the relationship between the coaching staff and the players, you know what I'm saying, at a good level. You know what I mean? But like say for instance, the time that Julius Randle takes a shot that Tibs doesn't like and Tibs sends him to the bench, you have a Tom Thibodeau there to say, you know what I'm saying, hey man, he ain't throwing you away He just felt like, you know what I'm saying, somebody to go to him and relay the message that everybody in the organization, how everybody in the organization really feels, so that you won't have that strife and rifts, and you know, in the organization, things that lead to poor chemistry and such. The thing about Johnny, thing about Kenny Payne is we don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know with Kenny Payne. They say he improved players at Kentucky. And they say that he's a good communicator.
They all leave after 1 year.
Yeah, but right. But so that's what I was. Good point.
So like how are you gonna give them all credit? Give him all the credit when like they just go to the NBA the next year. You don't like. Right. I always credit the player more than the coach, because like it's up to the player to get better. It's not Kenny Payne's responsibility to get Obi Toppin to the next level. It's on Obi Toppin, you know? Like Obi Toppin can't be waiting around to like for Kenny Payne to be like, yo, work on this, work on that, work on this, work on that. Like he's got to be self-aware what he has to work on. And like you never know when a coaching staff is going to change. Like you can't just wait. Like when all these guys are like, oh yeah, you know, how can we get better if the coaching staff is going to be the same? Like the individual player has to get better himself, like KP did.
So what's up with our man Joe? Joe, you really acting like that? You really done with the diva status? I sent the link like 3 times, and you actually been in here and disappeared, and then you in the chat crying, "Oh, Freezy won't let me in." You really going to diva status, man? I mean, come on, dog. Come on, dog. We do this every night. Come on, dog. We supposed to be bigger. Come on. I know you, and I know you joking. I know you playing, but come on, dog. And Teddy was in here too. Where Teddy went? And I put the link in it. How did y'all get in the video chat if I didn't send y'all the link? y'all bugging. Y'all gonna have to get off that turkey, man, or that celebrity status or something. Yo, this is the Knicks at Night podcast, dog. This ain't diva status. It's all of us. We all fans in here, man. Come on, get back in the chat. Stop acting crusty. Come on, just scroll up in it. Matter of fact, I'll send it again. Don't get like that. Don't act like somebody throwing y'all away because y'all disappeared out the chat. I didn't boot y'all. Y'all left. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all left, and then like Uncle Freezy didn't beg me to come back. Come on, man. Don't act like that. Come on. Come back in the chat so we can chop it up. I just put the chat in, put in there again. I just put the thing in there again. Yo, so chat, did y'all see? Can y'all see where I'm putting it? Can y'all see where I'm putting it?
You sent it twice, actually.
Right. That's I don't know what's going. That's something going on with y'all, man. Don't act like that. Don't act like we all supposed to be brethren in here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but anyway, let me there you go.
Yo, you're freezing.
Joe, man, get your ass in here. And hurry up and start talking, man. Don't be acting like that.
What?
Hey, Teddy.
What? No,
Teddy,
can you me and Teddy are fucking around in the chat.
It's all good. I kept putting it in there, but I didn't want to spam it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, your sound was freezing, so I had to restart my iPad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. All right. So the thing is with the camp battles and the culture and who starts and all that stuff and who we value going forward. Man, I think what we need to do is at first kind of decipher what is smoke from Knicks PR and what it is that we feel like is value coming from a front office that does not do like the PR stuff. Like we legit don't think Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau are PR guys. You know what I'm saying? We just legit think they hardcore basketball heads. You know what I'm saying? So some of that stuff about always leaking stuff to the media and all that stuff, I don't think that's going to happen under Leon Rose and Tibs. So some of that stuff we just going to have to decipher on our own. You know what I mean? And I may be wrong in that, but that's just the impression I get from these two guys early on. So what do y'all think?
I think with this team, and I said it in the last group, get prepared for the draft because we're going to be in the top 4. This team's not good. With the way this team's constructed, it doesn't matter who, unless RJ and Obi, and then if Knox, DSG, or Frank, which one of them break out, this team's not going anywhere. Because you have to look at the schedule. They said the schedule, they're going to be a lot of in-division games. So we're going to have to play each division opponent 8 times. Philly, Brooklyn, Toronto, the Celtics. We're not winning too many. We're not winning too. If we win more than 20 games, I'll be surprised. But what I can tell you is we're not going to be like last year. The games are going to be competitive. We're not going to get blown out too often. The thing is, it's going to be tough to win games. We might sneak a couple of games if they're against teams that are coming off back-to-back. So that's where we could get a couple of wins. But the way to see, and you know what? It could be a good thing because we could get a top 4 pick. And the way this draft is looking, my God, Cade Cunningham's going to be something. He's Ben Simmons with a jump shot. Kid's good.
That's bad.
Right.
Hey, I want to say this. I want to say salute to the chat. And I ain't home right now. I'm hopping on my phone right now. Sorry for the grainy picture right now. Hey, I had to hop on. I had to support my Uncle Freezy, my guy. Hey, ain't nothing like Knicks at night. Hey, if you ain't subscribing or smashing them likes, get out. We don't want you.
Yeah. No, man.
Hey,
yeah.
Big up to Simpleton. I don't know who he was, but the Miami fan had me kind of questioning what was going on right now. So I hope he come back. But Miami to New York, I don't like it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Salute to anybody that want to come on though. All Knicks fans. Hey, salute to the chat. Teddy is in the building. What's up?
In the building.
Happy belated Thanksgiving to all and to all. Let's continue tonight. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
It's only early. It's only early.
Hey, Ralph, Art, Freezy, Joe. I won't want any other way.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. This is what we do right here. This is what we do right here. And so I don't just talk to Knicks fans all the time, man. Guys hit me up a lot, like fans of other teams. And I'm not saying a lot of fan bases, but I talk to a lot of Portland fans, a lot of Lakers fans, a lot of Sixers fans, and their perspective on the Knicks is not one that I often hear from the Knicks fans themselves. Like they look like, give you an example, the Portland fans for some reason feel like the core that we have, if we just stick to the plan, just continue to let our young core grow, they feel like the Knicks will be something, eventually, like in 3 or 4 years. But like I tell them, where they are, out in the Pacific Northwest, they can, they are so far away from the mainstream media that if they do that, then they can do that without, the fans going haywire. But in the New York area, New York Knicks fans, we don't necessarily have the patience to be a losing team for 3 years and then wait 3 or 4 years just to maybe be a contender. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about 6 or 7 years just to maybe be a contender. Knicks fans, won't be that patient. You know what I'm saying? And so the Lakers fans that I talk to, a lot of the cats out west, they say burn it to the ground and start all over. They think RJ is trash. They think Mitch is trash. They
Who
say
said that?
A lot of Lakers fans that I talk to, and it's about 12, 13, 14 people I talk to. They legit say burn it to the ground. RJ Barrett is trash. Mitch is trash. Why y'all propping up a dude that don't average 10 points a game? They said they burn it to the ground, take y'all money, that y'all cap space, and sign veterans and try to win right now. They like, yo, you wish.
See, that's the thing about the Lakers. They tried doing that, and then once they signed LeBron, they burned it to the ground, traded all of them for Davis, and literally bought a championship. They didn't win a championship. They bought it because 2 years ago they stunk. Not even before they stunk. They couldn't even get to the championship with LeBron. They stunk it out. And what did they do? They traded all their young guys, and now they are out no cap. They have no cap space. They have no picks. And what happens if Davis decides in 2 or 3 years to walk out? They're screwed. Because then LeBron is only, maybe 3 years left, 4 years left if he's lucky.
Right.
Come on, that's how the Lakers do this over and over again. They don't know how to build. The Lakers try and build, and then they say, screw it, and then go out and get free agents.
I'll take one championship any day, anyhow.
Yeah,
how you do it.
But see, the thing is, that's what they say about the Knicks. Complain about the Knicks trying to buy a championship. The Lakers do it, but the Lakers do it successfully because free agents want to go to LA. They don't want to come to the Knicks as ownership. Because the Lakers had probably one of the best owners in sports, and that's why they want to go to the Lakers. We have a bad reputation because of our owner. So now we have to build this thing from the ground up, and I think the Knicks are doing it the right way. Think it out. I hope KP and Luka break their legs. We have another top 10 pick.
I wouldn't go that far. That's messed up.
Yeah, I want to win a chip. I don't care how they get hurt. Just get them hurt. Get that man pick in the lottery with our pick, and we're good. We're ready to go next year.
Hey, I want to say this right quick, Freezy. Hey, Joe, you had a great point. Absolutely. They bought their championship. Hey, I mean this in the nicest way possible, respectfully. Forget LA.
Right.
Freezy, I missed you last night. I hopped on last night, man. Like, you know what, Freezy's gonna hop on just because it's Thanksgiving, he gonna hop on. Fuck it. He ain't hop on, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah,
man. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a combination. It was a combination of things. It's like, all the family was in the living room, and I was like, you know what I'm saying? And then I had to be at work at 6 o'clock. So not only because I was trying to jump on late, but then I had to be at work at like 6 a.m. the next day. So then I was like, you know what?
Respect. You know what? I thought, you know what? I'm so selfish. I thought everybody was off on Friday. I was like, you know what? Free's gonna hop on. He gonna surprise all of us. Nah, but it's good to hop back on, talk about the Knicks. Hey, salute to you, Joe, Ralph, Art.
Yeah, man.
Hey, salute to the chat one time. Hey, I see all these people that's watching. Smash some likes. Cut it out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, so what do y'all think? What do y'all think about the fan bases that are free agent destinations saying our young core is trash? Because it's not just Lakers. So Lakers fans do it, but they say it. So they do it indiscriminately. They say if your young core ain't doing nothing right now, they trash. Trade them all and go get you some superstars. But they can do that.
I want to speak on this first. Hey, Freezy, I want to speak on this first. People who say that we are trash don't watch the Knicks. They so used to their old expired
we're
contract.
Trash. We won 21 wins. We won 21 wins. We're trash.
No. We won 21 wins. But if they know anything about the Knicks, we were top 5 youngest teams in the league. So when you hear this bull,
so were the Grizzlies, and they almost made the playoffs. Like we gotta keep it real too.
About the Grizzlies. We talk about the Knicks right now. I'm gonna say is this.
They almost
hey, thanks, Art. Thanks for letting us know about John Morant. Now, seriously though, like if we are top 5 youngest and our coaching is bad, when we got a pivotal, we literally got one of the best small forwards in the league, and we don't even use them properly. I will laugh at us too. Y'all want to know who I'm talking about? Go ahead, ask me who I'm talking about right now. Y'all gonna laugh, but guess who I'm talking about right now?
RJ Barrett?
I'm talking about Knox. We got one of the top
How can anyone take
small forwards in the league.
You just said that.
Hey, Joe on my side, we already know we talked about. We got the top small forwards in the league, and we benching them for people that's veterans in the league, and they balling though. Marcus Morris balled last year.
And if the people
he
think
balled
that
when he was with us.
starting with the vets this year, you're goddamn crazy. We paid the vets.
Oh no. We talk about last year. This year,
$5 million to sit on the bench. Oh, you're going to start Alec Burke. You're going to start all guys that have never started in their career. They're bench warmers. That's why
Alex Burke ain't starting.
Start the young guys. All these guys we signed in were for $5
All right,
million.
I'm out. This is getting out of control. You guys are getting out of control.
I'm just saying, it's because the reason we're paying.
You play too much 2K, man.
Huh?
You play too much 2K.
Nah, he just saying that's a hypothetical.
You can't.
None of these guys have started. Rivers was always off the bench. Burke was always off the bench. Wells was off the bench the last 3 years. We got in guys to come off the bench and play our young guys.
You don't have to play the young guys. Like, if they don't deserve it, they shouldn't play.
So you're gonna bring these 5. You shopped in the
Heat. The Heat. We had a Heat fan here. Too bad he's not here anymore. But they don't even play the young guys. They make them earn it. Herro didn't start.
They want to give it away, Art. They want to make sure they just.
Yeah, they have to.
They don't want competition.
Like,
they just
every good team makes them earn it. Like,
they don't understand that. I've been saying that for a minute.
Like,
I've been saying that for a minute.
You change your mind every 5 minutes.
I don't change my mind. I've been the same.
Hold on. Let me get on this. Let me get. I said. Say it again. I wanted Westbrook. It didn't have to be Randle.
No, the other day you said you were like, oh, we need to keep Randle. Randle's a good player. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, you wanted to trade him for Westbrook.
So what? Who wouldn't want to trade him for Westbrook?
After we got Obi. Like,
yes. After we
possibly, I don't know. I have to look back. I don't know, but I know we need a point guard. What you want me to say to that?
I know we need a point guard too.
You just look, Joe. Your problem. Look, at the end of the day, you just hate Randle just to hate Randle. Like, I don't care about that.
No,
like,
I don't like Randle.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't like me. Okay.
Randle, I hate Randle. It's my
but you make the least. I feel like most of your arguments about Randle is most of the time irrelevant because it doesn't have a strong argument. You don't have a strong argument.
Yes,
I really don't. I don't think you really have a strong argument. I think you're overrating Knox.
Hey, Joe, let him finish.
I think you're overrating Knox. I think you and Teddy are way overrating Knox. Way.
He hasn't played.
He's not that good.
He hasn't played.
He's not that good.
You're a great Knicks fan.
I was on your side.
Hey, listen, you want to keep it honest, I can keep it honest too. He's not that good, let me tell you.
All right, we'll see this.
All right, so Randle, at least he is good. He struggles with a system. He is good because he can play. He can play. He struggles to play in the system. He can score. He can rebound. He can assist, and he's fearless. Knox, he's not that good right now. He's not that good.
Bro, what are you smoking?
What are you guys smoking? What are you, Teddy, smoking? What are you guys smoking?
Randle's good.
He's not that good. He's not. Hold on. Let him sell me this dream. Sell me this dream. Try to sell me this dream. You can't sell me no Nick dream. The only one dreaming right now is you and Teddy.
What am I dreaming about?
You trying to sell me this dream.
Y'all talking, man, but nobody.
Hold on.
Hey, Raphael, hold on. So y'all saying some stuff, man, and nobody is making a clear point. It can't just be like Randle, and then we just hold on, Joe. Hold on, man. What we need to do, man, is establish this thing, man, where it's like if you make a point, man, you gotta allow somebody else to make their point afterwards. We can't just keep because it sounds like Joe, listen to me. When you were speaking, nobody interrupted you and cut you off. You know what I'm saying? We allowed you to do your thing because we like hearing you do it. But when my man starts talking, whether you like his point or not, just let my man talk, man. Because it sounds like trash coming through the speaker. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Just whether you agree or not, just let my man finish.
There's really no point having any bias for any of the guys on our team. I mean, we have a bad team. We have to look at everybody through an objective lens, man. I mean, there have been teams where in the past where you've had guys who are good and it's like, they're good here, blah, blah. A new GM comes in and he watches that team and that team is like you forget about some of these guys that you said, oh yeah, they're gonna be really good one day, and they, they go to some other teams. Maybe they're good, maybe not, but your team is a lot better. So again, let's see what these guys are gonna do. I like the fact they're bringing in competition because look, even the Heat guy who came in, right? I was listening. He said the only guy I would take was DSJ, and that's because he's fearless and that stuff. That doesn't mean he's a good basketball player, but like that means that our team is so bad. We named 3 number 1 picks. And he picked DSJ saying that because he's fearless. We gotta be. And people say I hate Knox. I'm not saying you guys come at me, but people say, "Oh, you don't like this." I was like, It's not that I don't dislike them, but it's like we're a terrible team. It'd be one thing if you said, "All right, who do you want, Dame Lillard or McCollum?" And you're on a Blazers team that's good. It's like, I don't want to trade either one of them. But if I had to, it'd be so-and-so. The Knicks suck. We suck. We're terrible. Like,
hold on. Out of all respect for Legion, of all the Knicks, my boy Guillermo came in really hating on the Knicks. Is that what I'm hearing right now? All I hear is hate right now.
I always get labeled as a hater.
No, he's calling balls
we are bad.
That's what he's
I
doing.
want to hear it right now. We are bad. It's cool, but
Hey, Teddy, do you want to win or do you want to keep liking your same players and hoping?
I want to see progression. It ain't about.
Do you want to win?
Right now.
Do you want to win? Because we're sitting here, we'll take Sting was here. Salute to Sting. Go subscribe to his podcast on I think it's on Apple, right? People, he came in here. Knox made 132 threes. I'm like, dogs, there's no context to what you're saying.
Oh yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It got worse from year to year. He only had one blip really at the end of the second half, right? A little blips here and there. But the second half of his rookie season. But last year he was. I'm telling you, I'm watching games. You have 24 minutes here, 20 minutes here. Do nothing. Trier comes in for 10 minutes. We're down by 8. Almost brings us back. We're only down by 8 with like 5.
Yeah, he scored like 16 in like 10 minutes.
And he doesn't get to play. They play different positions, but you could manage your team or change your team to allow say play maybe a little bit smaller, have Trier as your lead scorer, take Knox if I put a more defensive 4 there. You can make ways to get your best players on the floor. And I'm just like, is this a meritocracy or we're playing to I like Knox and Knox is he has this agent that I like and Trier has Rich Paul now, whatever agent he has. I mean, I don't want to, guys. We got to look at these players objectively. All this hope. I've been 1999 finals. I was walking around with a Bible praying to God that the Knicks wouldn't beat the Spurs. God was like, "Yo, you don't want to use my name in vain for this crap." I was like, "All right, fair enough." And we got mollywop, right? We have to be objective. I mean, I'm hopeful. But I love the fact that they have competition. I love the fact that Frank now has a barometer. It's no more, Frank does this well, Frank does this. No, can Frank beat out Austin Rivers? If he can, he stays. If he can't, he's out.
He couldn't beat out Payton last year. I don't think he could beat out Austin.
This is what I'm saying. There's no way Frank should have a 17.7% foul draw rate when you're that tall. So you're not the fastest, but you got to become more crafty when you dribble the ball. And all this summer crap, I don't want to hear about DSJ fixing his form. He did that last year. I don't want to hear that shit either. He did that last year. It's the same thing. I vividly remember the shot he took from near the 3. It's in my mind, and it was the same similar. I changed my shot. He needs to go to the G League. He needs to go to a place where it's lower pressure, but he can go off and have games where he's scoring 34, 40 points, right? Yeah. Because now his shot is changed. That's what Trey Burke did, right? I'm not saying Trey Burke's a ball beater, but Trey Burke is now a contributor, right? Yep. Come on, man. We got so many. It's like we draft these, we bring these guys on. Oh, he was a first round. Well, you know how many teams make mistakes? First round doesn't really mean anything.
Even the Heat, dude, the Heat didn't play Michael Beasley. They didn't play Justice Winslow. They took those guys high.
Yeah,
they shipped them out what the first chance they got.
And people say I have zero patience, bro. If I had zero patience, I'd be a different fan of another team, bro. Mm-hmm. If I did not have patience, I'd be a fan of a different team. Trust me. I love my Knicks. I used to watch the Knicks with
Guillermo's a Knicks, Mets, and Jets fan, so don't test his patience.
And Manchester United. If anybody knows soccer, if you ask somebody, you're a Manchester United fan?
Hey, I'm FC Cincinnati. We brand new. It's cool.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's
poor guy, man. Joe Burrow, man. That's
Knicks fans bro, we're the most, what's the word? Long-suffering teams fans of like maybe I don't say of all time, but for people who weren't alive during the 72 or 73, 74, you know, the 2 championships they won back then. It's like, dogs, I have not yet seen I saw the 3-2 against the Rockets. 2 for 18 by John Starks. Please don't say I'm not patient, bro. Like, come on, man. If you asking me from other teams, who's a player you want about our team? That guy was here. I can tell him literally 5 guys I pick off a team right off the bat. Easily. Duncan Robinson, undrafted. I take him over probably, outside of Obi, out of any of our 4s that we have right now.
Hey, Cameron, can I stop you right quick?
Go ahead. Please stop.
Hey, Ralph, you look so professional. I just want to put that out there. I like the headphones. You looking good.
He's copying off my style.
He's copying off my style. Hey, one step at a time. I see. That's all I'm saying. I see. Go ahead,
I like Ralph picking up my style.
But I don't want to bring I don't want to bring the conversation back. But the conversation.
I broke it up just for you. It's cool.
Oh, you broke it up, bro. But you came up with that whole thing, and I'm like, all right, cool. I let it go. But then I'm gonna have to. Anyways, I don't have much to say. Y'all can talk. I'll listen for now.
Sorry, what was the issue?
They're talking about playing the kids. Like, just give them the minutes. Just give them the minutes without deserving it.
And tell them how Teddy came through with this whole. We got the best small forward in the league. What he said?
Hey, I just want to say, whatever you say, Ralph, I believe you. I believe
you. Teddy, what did you say?
Hey, I just said we got the youngest, best small forward in the league that ain't had the time to show his talents.
And that's small forward or pop? You said small forward.
You ever heard of Michael Porter
Jr.? And Kevin Knox that didn't get the minutes last year because of Marcus Morris. Hey, I just got to watch his freshman highlights. I said, you know what? We tripping. Kevin Knox is a dog. And unfortunately, we got a came to the league last season. He got his minutes stripped down. Towards the end of the year, his defense got so good. I said, damn, we tripping. And if Tibs get a hold of him and Tibs know what to do with him, I'm telling you right now, Knox is going to be the starter, and he's going to show a lot this year.
How can someone be the best young small forward in the league when all you just said are a bunch of ifs?
Yeah.
There's guys right now who are probably just as young as Knox, and they don't need a superb coach to get them there.
Who else is a 20-year small forward that you believe in?
I take
Michael Porter Jr.
I'll wait. Who?
I take Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr.
He's a power forward. Go ahead, next. I take Kelly Oubre over Knox.
Kelly Oubre is 28. Go ahead, next.
He's not young enough.
He's 23.
I know. I'm talking shit. I know. Hey, so let me ask y'all this, because this is I think what happens is our conversation, and y'all points. What we don't do is establish like a clear narrative for the take that we make. Like, say for instance, is it just because I think half of the fan base and half of the people that are watching are in a mindset where they want to win right away. Like I'm in that group with that. I want to win right away. Right. So I'm in that group, but at the same time, I don't want to say, throw away all of our assets and in the attempt to win right away, because I feel like it's too hard for the Knicks to acquire assets. Like say for the Lakers situation, the Lakers can acquire assets quickly because A, free agents to go there, and B, it seems as if the league is interested in propping the Lakers up. Like for instance, they had the number 2 pick in the draft 3 years in a row, right? So that never happens to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? That absolutely never happens to the Knicks, where they get one of the best players to ever play the game, and on top of that, they get the number 2 pick in the draft 3 years in a row. So we don't have a situation where that happens to us, right? So while I want to build a winning culture, so I'm on the fence where I want to win right away, right? But at the same time, I'll be patient enough, to say, hey, let's win 25 this year if it means winning 35 next year and then 45 the year after. You know what I'm saying? Eventually 55 and then contend for a championship. But what I don't want to do is keep being in the lottery, hoping to get the number 1 pick, wind up being a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves, where you contend for the number 1 pick every year, but you never make any strides.
And I think that's where we're headed as a fan base. Like being the Minnesota Timberwolves, they'll never get a legit free agent, and they stay in the lottery, hoping that to wish upon a star and get the number 1 pick. Now with Minnesota, they're fortunate enough to have gotten the number 1 pick, right? But it twice, Karl Anthony Towns and whoever they draft, Anthony Edwards. So they got the number 1 pick in the draft 2 times in the last 5 years. But I know for a fact the Knicks will never get the number 1 pick. It's just, we've watched it play out in real time too many years, and the experience is daunting for us. Like going to these draft lottery parties with 100, 200, going out to these settings, hoping we'll get the number 1 pick and walk out of there 3rd or 4th or whatever it is that we get. So I think the people in the chat too, everybody that's watching, we all have a distinct level of wanting to win. Like some people want to win a championship right away. They're like, man, scrap this stupid rebuild. What are we rebuilding for? James Dolan's got money. Why don't we just go out and buy free agents and contend right now? And then you have some that say, no, man, let's just stay. Let's just take the Timberwolves approach. And I think there's a variance. Like all of us have a differing degree of patience with how we go about winning that championship. And what I wanted y'all to do is, instead of saying, Kevin Knox is going to take us to the next level, instead of just saying it like that, just elaborate on why you are where you are and what players you feel like can help us if we do it the right way.
So sorry, what's the question you want us to?
So the question is to Legion of Doom not Legion of Doom, Legion of Knicks podcast, that Upper Doom, aka the Ghostface Killer. My question is so what do you feel like is the logical approach for the Knicks to turn this franchise into a contender?
Well, starting with this season, you play the guys who you have a competition. You play the guys who get there based on merit. And you don't go out there like Fizdale with a whole bunch of slogans, right? Where you Obi pull, yank out Frank, but you got Randle doing a triple Shoryukens, flipping all over the court and losing the ball every position.
I gotta give this.
It's merit based. Hey, if you beat out Austin Rivers, Frank, you can play. And until you start flopping and Austin Rivers shows in practice, or shows in the limited minutes that he's better than you, you get to keep your job until then. Same thing with everybody on this team. Everybody has to elevate their level of play. This is how you get guys better. And I'm from the old school. I'm from the Jordan era where, hey man, I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. All right, let's dog it out. Freaking Kobe, even though you can say he was on his last legs, that's how Kobe got Isaiah Ryder out the league, essentially. Right? Isaiah Ryder goes to the Lakers, challenges Kobe. Phil Jackson closes down the practice, and Kobe schools him. I don't think let Isaiah Ryder score 1 point. And Kobe was a bona fide leader. And Phil Jackson's like, well, I lost faith in Isaiah Ryder. You look at Isaiah Ryder's first 2 teams, the Timberwolves and the Blazers. And the Timberwolves Blazers, I think he played for the Hawks too, if I might be correct. I think for like all teams, he at least averaged like 19, I think on at least all teams, right? But again, it's all about competition. So to me, man, it's not about coddling. You don't coddle crappy players. You don't coddle players who've had crappy seasons where they're not giving production. That was one thing if you had a Booker, right? It's like, all right, the kid is that good. We just need to maybe build a team to accentuate or, make it more effective. But we don't have a Booker. Sitting here saying that Knox is the best small forward in the league with a whole bunch
I didn't say in the league.
You said the best young small forward in the league. That's not – how does that help him? When he's looking at his stats, I'm not saying he's sitting here listening to, but he might be because he's playing Fortnite probably right now. But if he's cut the show on and he heard you, right? How does that help him? How do you help Knox? If you were able to talk to Knox, how do you help him?
Honestly, I would help him by giving him a system to follow, and he would get the rest. I feel like his dad was a football player. He's used to that militant style of you do this, you do that, and that's how it is.
You know what the military entails, though, right? Merit, right? Which is on merit and integrity, right? You have
absolutely. This is the third year.
Everybody else suffers. That's the thing about Knox. If he F's up, if Knox is on the court and he F's up, The whole team.
That's what I've been saying.
Now everybody got to run extra. Everybody got to do push-ups. Everybody got to clean up the, whatever.
Absolutely. And he would respect that a whole lot more if that was his.
Okay, so then he can't play. If he does not step up, he can't play.
And I respect that. Absolutely. He won't play. I'm just saying his talent is so good that we slipping on
What's
thinking
his talent? What's his talent though? Like whenever I ask this, like what is he good at? Nobody.
He can pump fake and hit the dribble.
He shoots like 32% from three on wide open shots. Like that's bad.
He had a sophomore slump. Y'all got to give this man some slack. Y'all want some?
He had a rookie slump too.
The boy was on team last year. The boy can't even drink yet. If I want to take him to the bar right now, get him a drink, can I? Absolutely not.
Who cares?
Bro, Kevin Garnett couldn't drink, and he was dominating as soon as he got to the league.
He was coming out of high school.
He's coming out of high school.
What team?
The Minnesota Timberwolves.
That type of NBA was different than this type of NBA.
And that type of NBA was tougher.
Slick, fast, and faster than all his. Oh man, let's stop.
Okay, Brenda, Teddy. I don't even get him to scoring. If Knox did the other dirty work while shooting 32% from three, that's fine.
The only problem with Knox right now is he's immature. He had a little boy body. He came with his AAU circuit, and he got played his second year when he was balling his freshman year. Now, let me tell you something. Kevin Knox is going to step up this year. And you know what? We're looking for somebody to step up. Guess who's going to be? It's going to be Kevin Knox who steps up this year.
Well, so you don't think it's a red flag that he couldn't beat Mo Harkless out for minutes?
Mo Harkless was the veteran on the team.
No, because he couldn't beat him out.
And Mo Harkless is sneaky good.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Hey, hold on. Let Art finish.
No, Mo Harkless is not that good. Like, he's not like you're acting like he had to beat out like Iguodala or like freaking Kevin Durant. Like it's Mo Harkless. Kevin Knox should have no problem beating like he's worse than Marcus Morris. Like he should beat.
Wow.
You should beat Mo Harkless. Like look how much he just paid. $6 million.
Let me say one thing about Knox. Let me say one thing about Knox real quick, and I'm not going to burn a source, but I asked the Knicks player, bro, what's the deal with Kevin Knox? And the answer was, bro, I don't know if he wanted like that.
Thank you.
Talent is through the roof, but I don't know if he wanted like that. Those were the exact words.
He's not about that life.
And we can put you through drills. We can teach you how to shoot. We can fix your form. We can fix your awareness on the court. But we can't put the heart in your chest. I say all the time, if you took the heart out of R.J. Barrett and put it in the chest of Kevin Knox, you have a Giannis-like figure in the league.
All right.
That's just being real.
I hate to say it, real recognize real, and I don't see real in Knox. I'm just hyping him up. I'm gonna be honest.
I feel you. That's my biggest issue with him. As far as it's nothing that we've seen him do everything on a basketball court. Everything. If you watch his games from his rookie year throughout this year, at some point he's facilitated, he's hit backdoor cutters, he's dunked on Ben Simmons. You know, he's had 26 points, he's rebounded, he's blocked shots. But, I mean, if I have to convince you to play hard, you know, that's a problem. Even the kids I coach, I have kids, man, that probably have talent to make it to the league, D1, but the heart is just not there, man. That's my biggest thing with Knox. And I think the problem is his first love is football. He played football all up to the 9th grade, wanted to play quarterback. But he was one of those kids that kind of outgrew it and was forced to play basketball. So if he don't want it like that, y'all, I don't know. I don't know what we can do with it.
I think our main thing though, the underlying story to this is that our team is so desperate for talent that we can't afford for anybody to be a bust. And so we have a underlying frustration with Kevin Knox and maybe other guys that they're busting at a time where we actually need talent. You know what I'm saying? So it's frustrating. So like when people say something about Kevin Knox, whether it's positive or negative, it gets people that's polarized on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Coming to the table ready to fight. For me, I feel like we don't have draft picks where we can afford to have cats that's going to bust and not going to bring something to the table. So when you talk about a Kevin Knox, you know what I'm saying, not being able to do certain things, it frustrates me because that means we're one less player closer to where we want to get. You know what I'm saying? Like say for instance, if Obi Toppin and Emmanuel quickly bust, right? And the likelihood is one of them may. Well, we don't know which one because they hadn't played yet. But if one of them busts, that means there are resources that we wasted, you know what I'm saying, on a guy that we wanted to contribute. Now we're just looking at RJ Barrett like, well, we tried to get you help this year, but this draft right here was, we busted in this draft. And I'm not calling Obi a bust, and I'm not wishing it on him. And the same thing with Quickly. But I'm just saying in the event that it happens, we'll be having the same conversation next year. Like, man, we drafted this kid and he don't have the heart for it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's one of the things that polarizes us. But let me ask you this: what if in a couple of years we are still not any closer? What if we're like, say in 2 years we're like, well, all we have to do is put some pieces together to get Amani Bates. So what would y'all be in the same situation? Would y'all be in the same mindset? Like just be patient?
No.
You know what my saying is? If you don't have a star, you rebuilding. Let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real. In the NBA, if you don't have a superstar, right, you're rebuilding basically because you're gonna be on the treadmill to first round, second round exit. But the difference is with the Knicks situation, that's okay. I can stomach first round exits for 2 or 3 years, and I'll be fine because the foundation is non-existent, man. And the most sobering thing about it is it didn't get like that until James Dolan took over, man. Can you think back to the 90s, the 80s, the early 2000s? The Knicks were on par with the Spurs, the Rockets. They were up there, man. So that's why I'm more prone to say these draft picks that we got, we need to get rid of some of them and get some talent in here. You know what I mean? Not necessarily a Westbrook or a Harden, but is it going to kill us to trade a draft pick for Buddy Hield, knowing what he can bring to the table?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think it'll kill us. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be the Sacramento Kings. And what I mean by that is they've been rebuilding slow for a decade after they traded Boogie 5-6 years. What has it gotten them?
And they have
they were rebuilding when they got Boogie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But what has it gotten them? Because what hurt them was the Derrick Williams. Didn't they pick Derrick Williams? No, he was Minnesota. They traded for Derrick Williams. Yeah. But what hurts them is, and this is why I keep saying, rebuilding slow does not guarantee us anything. We can be as patient as we want to be, but if these guys don't come in and nobody develops to a superstar, we're still in the same position. We're winning 30 games a year, 31 games, 36 games. So to me, if we can go out and acquire talent to help the young guys get better, like I think Buddy Hield will make the game much easier for an RJ Barrett or Mitchell Robinson or Obi Toppin. By him just being in the building, when he stepped into the parking lot, he give you spacing. You know what I mean? So those are the type of guys. Zach LaVine is another guy we talked about this offseason. That's another player, guaranteed production. If you bring in somebody like that, that takes all the pressure off of Obi, all the pressure off of RJ, because they don't have to step up and score 20 points a night. So I think the Knicks should be looking to go that route, and you could kind of see it with them going after Hayward. Not a superstar, but somebody that can help take the pressure off the young guys, because if we just leave it all on them, we in trouble, Doc.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick. I have a big question. Why is it that some Knicks fans be like, yo, Frank is the best player in the whole, the best defender in the whole league? Or that Kevin Knox, or today, right now, Kevin Knox is the best small forward. Like, it's one thing to say they have a lot of potential, or I like his potential, or I like Kevin Knox's potential, but to be talking about, like, Kevin Knox has to be like in the 20s in terms of being the best small forward in his position, and that's me being respectful. I mean, and Frank, I mean, I think we understand that he'll be a good role player. So, like, what is it that makes fans say, "Yo, this player they know what they are, and they sometimes it's like they don't even double down; they triple down on that play and be like, "I'm like, like," and it makes everybody, it makes us turn crazy because I don't want to argue about Knox. I think that was the last conversation that we were going to have, but you can't. Even if Knox has a good year, at best, he'll probably be in the low 20s as best small forward in this league. Like, that's him averaging 20 to 25 and 20 point something points per game and certain rebounds and assists and all this, that, and that. But I don't get what makes certain fans just say, even RJ, I would say he's a great player, but I'm not going to say we got the best shooting guard in the whole league. And I think most people are okay with that. But when it turns into Kevin Knox or Frank, you see the most extreme turnaround. It's just like it turns into like it's like a switch. Like they're just like, oh, here it goes, man. I think he's gonna lock everybody down. I think he's gonna have 5 steals per game. I think he's gonna, and it's like, let's just be happy with whatever he gives us. And I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think you guys get the picture.
It's homerism. That's all it is. It's just people. You have a team that you want your team to win, and anything they do, you want to be optimistic versus more objective, and that's what Knicks fans are. We have one of the worst owners in probably sports history. So it's not far-fetched that you've had so many players after a while and they're all bad. Like we all want these guys to be good because, like, damn, how many years do we have to go through this trash? These guys are bums. Like, who wants to be a fan of a team where literally the past, I don't know how many years, all your first round draft picks, for the most part, have been bums. Not that good, right? No one wants to be a part of that. So we put in our minds, we become, let's be honest, we become somewhat delusional. And we say, this guy's going to be really good. This guy has the proper. You know how many guys in the league are good and they don't have good coaching? You know how many guys in the league are not as talented than some of the guys that have come in, like to the Knox point, to Woodshed point, right? That's what I'm trying to say. There's so many guys in the league that they were good. Like, they had talent, but they were really only good because of the work they put in. Like, they were good because of the hard work that they're waking up at 5. Like, even if you look at Kobe, right? People think that Kobe was just this physical specimen, right? He had smaller hands than Jordan. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. He is a physical specimen to a point, but the amount of work Kobe put in, one of his former workout coaches or whatever said that they used to work out at 5 a.m. The guy at one, I think like the first meeting or second, I can't remember which one. He said that he came to the workout around 5:10. He said Kobe was already sweating bullets, drenched in sweat, breathing heavy because he had a workout for the workout. Like this is how psychotic you have to be in the sport of basketball because you do this for all your life. And some people burn out, and it's fair enough. A lot of guys burn out because you've been playing since you're 8, 10 years old, right? And you're basically just being like used up to the point it's like, I don't have a normal life anymore. But if you want this game, if you want to be in the upper echelon of players, or if you're just good to be in this league, you gotta come on, though. How many guys go overseas and they used to be mad nice, and you're like, he's overseas now? So to me, man, Knox, I know we all want Knox to win. The same thing with Mitch. Mitch doesn't even be safe. I like the fact they got Nerlens Noel. Again, you get barometer type of guys. If Mitch can't stand up for more than Nerlens Noel's, I'm not paying him $65, $80 million. I'm not paying these guys major money, man. And I like the fact maybe that helps with Leon Rose. That Leon Rose was a former agent, so you can probably assess the price of some of these guys. But Thibodeau comes in with the proper competition, which is smart, cheap competition. And then you leave yourself a little bit exposed for next year if your team doesn't do well altogether. Not saying I think they are soft tanking, but I'm not saying you should. But this is what I was saying the physical. Make a foundation for which your team plays under. So even you get the bare bones skeleton guys, right? And then you draft, and then you can buy players, right? You could buy a Gordon Hayward, even if people might look at Gordon Hayward's not that good anymore, but he fits a role. We really need a 3-point specialist from the 3 position. You need that. You bring him in. I'm an example, but the Knicks, we got to act like a team, man. We got to stop.
So what you're saying is, and I heard this before, in order to be the greatest at whatever it is that you do, you have to be a sociopath.
Yes.
You legit have to be a sociopath to be the very best at what you do, whether it's sports or corporate America or whatever it is. to be number one.
What's the they say it's a thin line between genius and psychopathy, right?
Right.
Like the greatest CEOs are psychotic. That's why when you see them like in social settings, they're awkward. They don't know how to be around people. All they just know how to be is in a room or at work or whatever, working or whatever it is. Look at freaking the guy at Amazon, Bezos. He looks like a weirdo. I don't want to hang out with that guy. You know, Zuckerberg, have you seen him on freaking? I mean, I know it's Capitol Hill.
Yo, he's listening to us right now. He's listening to us right now.
He's listening to us, right? He's a psycho. Like, you know, if Knox wants it again. And I'm sorry to harp on this. I know you had something to say, Freezy. The whole Fortnite thing. This is what gets me mad. It's not just that you're on Fortnite, right? You can be on Fortnite on your own time, whatever. But don't let other people know that. Because that stuff goes into, because you know what it does? And you know what these Instagram videos do, Freezy? You double down on the bet, right? When you have these videos that you're doing all this crap, now people, okay, so you're doing this. All right, I want to see this. And you come the next year, oh, crap. And you're not doing that. Versus if you don't do it, I might give you a small little benefit of the doubt. Right? Mm-hmm. Versus you being on Fortnite, because I'll be like, damn, you're on Fortnite till 2 a.m. You should be getting 8 hours, 10 hours of sleep, and should be up to ready to work out at 7 a.m. or 8 or whatever the hell they work out. Even if you are working out just the image and what that gives to other teammates. If you want to be a leader, you have to lead by, this dude eats, sleeps, fast. Why do you think people like playing with Dame Lillard? This dude watches every NBA game. People probably look at him like, he's a psycho. But when I come and practice with this dude, I can't come around and be fooling around, bro. Because that guy, he's my leader, and I'm following after him. I'm trying to be like him. I'm effing up. So maybe let me fix my play. Maybe I need to stop going to strip club and getting them hoes. Yeah. I mean, they always going to get hoes, but maybe I need to start going to strip club. Maybe I need to be more important about my craft. But you look at Knox, you can just come to New York and be like, F it. I don't give it. If Knox ain't doing it, I don't do that.
Yeah, Guillermo, why do you think the 90s Knicks were so good? Because Patrick Ewing set the tone. Like, nobody was fucking around with Patrick Ewing being the leader.
Right. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, they had a couple of dudes.
Yo, Guillermo, you got muted.
They had a couple of dudes that were one bad basketball game from being back in the CBA. And I'm talking about John Starks and Anthony Mason. So those dudes came to practice every day, legit, with their professional careers on the line for like their first 2 or 3 years. So every loose ball, every charge, every 50-50 play, you know what I'm saying? Everything that they had to win, they would legit lay their basketball lives and bodies on the line to win it. Because if they failed, John Starks might have been back bagging groceries again, right? Anthony Mason might have been back in some obscure league where he was the best player and not get another shot. And so when we talk about the 90s Knicks, and I think it's near and dear to us, those 90s Knicks teams, because there were some guys that played for us, like a Derek Harper or an Xavier McDaniel, that had the all-world talent, but that legit had stars in front of them, so their star couldn't get any higher. So they laid everything on the line just to at least maintain their status where they were. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like who remembers Xavier McDaniel during the Michael Jordan era? You know what I'm saying? So you know who remembers Xavier McDaniel during the Dominique Wilkins era? You know what I'm saying? So it'd be easy for us to forget a cat like that had all world talent. So he had to bring it to the table every single day. You know what I'm saying? Like legit, who would remember Pat Ewing if he had got drafted, say, by the Pacers in the era of all big men? You know what I'm saying? The golden era of big men. You know, it's like these things that people like just not like we take for granted. Like Pat Ewing legit wanted to win more than anybody. He laid it out on the line. And I said that, and I said all that just to say this. Yeah, I think the argument that Woods had made about does a cat have it in his chest or not is not even a conversation we should be having. You know what I'm saying? Because there are thousands of cats that would want to be in Kevin Knox's shoes right now. You know what I'm saying? A roster spot with a high-profile team in the NBA, guaranteed contract. Man, there's thousands of dudes that want to be in his spot. The fact that Kevin Knox, this is even up for conversation, just makes you think that we don't necessarily want him. Now we don't know if all things are true or not. You know what I'm saying? Sources are sources. You know what I'm saying? So, but the thing is about it though is it also goes back to what I mentioned earlier. Like the Knicks legit can't afford for cats to come in and be bust because we want to win so desperately and we're in a rebuild. And so we feel like every guy that we draft and bring in has to contribute to us getting out of the lottery.
You know what frustrates me when you talk about the 90s Knicks, man, is that the culture was so strong. And I get that he messed it up, but I still think the Knicks should have drafted Artest anyway. We would have had a championship foundation for years if we just took Artest, man. That locker room was strong enough, man, to really control him, man. Oakley, Pat. I mean, I don't think he would have been a problem, but if you put him on that, I think they won like 55 games that year. If you put Artest on that team, who beat the Knicks? In the post-Jordan era, who beat those Knicks?
Yeah.
Nobody.
So let me ask you this: Is there a player on our roster right now you feel like brings that same level of heart that's not named RJ Barrett?
It's tough to say.
I know exactly.
I don't know.
You know who hustles a lot though, but he's not like he's like on the bottom part of the food chain. Iggy.
Yeah.
He might not make the team, man.
Yeah.
I think he makes it. I think he might make it.
If Miles Powell shows out, you do need an extra 3, but we got. Oh, but if they cut Jacob Evans, right? I guess maybe some spots.
It's gonna be a battle for it. It's gonna be Iggy, Evans, and Knox.
Yeah. I like Jacob Evans. And the reason why I like Jacob Evans is this, and I know people are gonna say, man, he's crazy. Dog, I don't at the 2, like legit, I heard somebody say, well, Frank is not a point guard, just move him to the 2, right? But Jacob Evans is a guy that is literally hard nosed, like the dude that's like fighting you in practice. You know what I'm saying? The dude is like the legit dude that is like, yo, I'm giving this 100% at every rep. But then when you ask what is his discernible skill, you can't point to it. Like what's Jacob Evans' discernible skill that keeps? Is it his tight handle? No, he don't have a super tight handle. He ain't skip the Malou. You know what I'm saying? Is it his 3-point shooting? No, he's not Emmanuel Quickly. You know what I'm saying? But what does a cat like Jacob Evans do? Man, he's the dude that, you know what? He's like the sparring partner. Like he's not the heavyweight champ, but he's the dude that legit beat on the heavyweight champ and sparring, but the heavyweight champ cut his ass every day. But you know what happened the next day? Jacob Evans is back for more every day. Let me ask you a question
for you on that. I ask you a really good one. If Jacob Evans and Iggy show out, like they ball out in the training camp class up in the season, right? Or I guess whatever I don't know, have to do cuts, right? But Knox really issues the bed, right? Are you cutting Knox and keeping Iggy and Jacob Evans?
He's gonna get traded then.
Yeah.
Good point. Would you trade him then?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. I'm saying
because if Jacob Evans was a late first round pick, him and then a second rounder is beating you out. You're not it, man.
Hey, Freezy, I got a question for you, Freezy, because you made a point about talking about Frank and the point guard situation. I don't want to, but I never asked. What do you think about Frank playing the 2? What?
So shout out to Bodega Wi-Fi and Simba saying all roads lead to Frank every 30 minutes.
I mean, I want to hear from you. What do you think about him at the 2? Not the point guard, because as a point guard, I could understand your frustration at the point guard. But what about the 2? I never asked you.
So here's my thing with Frank Ntilikina. Hey, Frank Ntilikina is a point guard or not? I don't want to get. You asked me, and I'm gonna tell you. So my thing is I loved the idea of Frank Ntilikina when we drafted him, and I was super patient with Frank the first 2 years. And would should I tell you, I used to be with Trace, everybody like defending Frank every day. But at some point, you either gotta shit or get off the pot, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. You gotta do it or not. Right. You can't hold up a spot for somebody else.
Right.
That especially if you still super raw and hadn't showed no improvement. I can see my thing with Frank Ntilikina is my belief. What I want, and I know everybody's view of a point guard to be different. So I'm gonna just give you mine. I want a floor general, right? I want a guy that's going to keep us in good offense. Like for instance, I give you a quarterback example. I like Chad Pennington, right? The Jets quarterback. You know why? And you know why? And because you could say his arms suck. You could say he couldn't run, but he always kept the offense in the best offensive play, right? He always kept you in the best offensive play. You could say, well, Chad Pennington can't run. He was Peyton Manning he was Randy Moss quarterback and couldn't throw the deep ball. Hey man, he had all those shortcomings, and he knew what his shortcomings were. So he played the high IQ game, and he did not defeat the offense. Like why? If you have a noodle for an arm, why are you trying to throw the deep ball? Throw that short slant to Lavernius Coles and let Lavernius Coles do the rest. Throw that square into Santana Moss and let Santana Moss use his speed and do the rest. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, it's 9 men in the box, and they looking to blitz from your weak side. Hey man, call that toss to the strong side and let Sean Green or Curtis Martin get you 5 or 6 yards. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want from a point guard. You don't have to be super talented. So the thing with Frank is Frank is none of that. Frank is not Tom Brady. Frank is not Chad Pennington. He's nowhere near. He's none of those guys, right? Frank's IQ is not high enough, in my opinion, to play point. And I know you'll say, well, he brings a lot on defense. Well, so the scheme. We can run a 3-2 zone against Giannis, and that stops Giannis from getting ahead of steam and getting in the paint, right? So now, if I run 3-2 zone against Giannis, what do I need Frank for? What do I need Frank for? Defense? You know, now I like the idea of Frank. I like big point guards, long point guards that can defend. I'm not gonna lie. I'm biased towards that. You know what I'm saying? My 2 favorite point guards are Michael Ray Richardson and Clyde. And they were tall defensive type point guards, long. You know what I'm saying? So I like Frank. But the thing is, you have to bring something to the table. It can't be wait till next year all the time. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is in my opinion, if Jacob Evans balls out, right, and Iggy balls out, right, and we have to do something, right? You're gonna ask me, well, what do we look to get for Kevin Knox? I'm saying nothing. I'm asking you, what do we get for Frank Ntilikina? And I know you're gonna say, and I know that hurt a lot of people's heart, but the thing about it is if you can't legit control an offense as a point guard, right? What do we need you for? And what do we need a shooting guard for that can't shoot? What do we need a short small forward? What do we need with a 6'4" small forward? So, and I know people are like, man, why Uncle Freezy always shitting on Frank? I'm not.
No, that's good. That's really good what you're saying.
I'm just saying I was basically the president of the Frank fan club on Twitter. I got receipts that show that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but at some point, you got to do something, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, we basically say, hey, Uncle Freezy, this is what we want you to do. We know you want the Knicks to build a winning culture, but I want you to set that to the side so that this one guy that everybody loves, we want to wait for him to develop. No, I'm not setting my Knicks fandom to the side for just one guy, hoping that he'll develop, and then maybe in year 6 or 7 he'll become a serviceable player. But the whole time we can lose him. That just don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And I would rather go. I told y'all back during the summer, I would trade Frank Ntilikina for Romeo Langford right now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Right? Romeo Langford is just as raw as Frank, but Romeo at least shows flashes of something. You know, Frank shows a flash. Like somebody told me that Frank shot 50% from the corner 3, right? And so we look it up, and Frank shot 20 of 40 from the corner 3, from the deep corner 3. Frank was 20 or 40, right? That's 50%. right? But when you look at the makes versus the amount of games he played, he made 20 corner threes in 60 games. So that means Frank made that stat that looked super great at the time you mentioned it, means Frank hit 1 corner three every 3 games. Are we really that desperate for a point guard that we're going to use obscure stats like that? You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, the last roster spot is Frank Ntilikina. Frank Ntilikina had to beat out people, and not Kevin Knox. I'm sorry.
I got one quick question behind that. So you don't think that Frank could be a Marcus Smart at the 2, where he can play play defense, average over 10 points, get a steal or 2 per game, play 30 minutes per game, and be that defensive presence? What's your? That's what I wanted to really.
No, we're not giving nobody nothing, man. If we got to get past that. Everybody has to earn their minutes. Mm-hmm. Every minute that you get, you have to earn it. You know what I'm saying? We can't just because development is not linear. Just because you get a lot of minutes don't mean you'll learn.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying? We can't just give away stuff. We have to cats have to earn this stuff in the weight room, on the practice floor. You know, so all these things go into development. Just because you get older don't mean you get wiser, right? And just because you get a lot of minutes don't mean you necessarily get better. We have to earn these things. We have to see a high level of production. For instance, if you earn 5 minutes coming out of training camp, you know what I'm saying? In order for you to get 7 minutes, you have to have B+ A level production. You know what I'm saying? In those 5 minutes, because just getting a passing grade for your 5 minutes just means that you're good enough to maintain that 5 minutes that you're getting. You have to legit take minutes from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because in the entirety of the game, 48 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna. The point guard can only get 48 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Elfrid can't get 48, and Frank can't get 48, and all that stuff. They have to divide that time. You know what I'm saying? So you got to show that you're better than the man in front of you. It's the same thing that Legion of Knicks podcast was saying earlier, man. You have to earn this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this whole thing with the Frank train to me has gotten way out of control. I think it's off the rails. You know what I'm saying? I think it's off the rails. And so Legion of Knicks podcast said it for Knox. I'm just saying it for Frank. Like, you legit have to show that you better than the man in front of you. Like when y'all were talking about the whole thing that Knox couldn't beat out Mo Harkless, that's not an indictment on Mo Harkless. That's not an indictment on Mike Miller. That's an indictment on Kevin Knox. That you can't beat out a random journeyman that we know can't shoot and didn't even want to be there. Mo Harkless played half-hearted, you know what I'm saying, and was limited.
He was trying to lose the job.
right. And Knox still couldn't take it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Mo Harkless didn't play like he's just like I'm trying to help you guys out. I don't want to be here, man.
Right.
I'm so pissed.
Right.
Dude, he shot 28 from 3.
And he only shot 28 from 3. He would have shot lower if it wasn't for that one game he had
he had like 5 threes in a quarter, right?
Yeah.
Annoying. I can't stand him, man. Oh, I can't stand him.
Hey, that's my guy. He's from St. John's, so
I know. And he just he's just collecting checks. He don't give a damn.
Yeah. Right. And that's one of the things that I want to talk to y'all about too. Like we see journeymen come in, they get their jersey and stuff, and they just want to maintain their lifestyle, they quality of life, right? They NBA players, they drive fast cars, be around pretty women, eat fancy food, all this stuff, right? They want to maintain that. Winning the championship for the Knicks may not necessarily be in a top 5. You know what I'm saying? They like, I just want to make sure I get my bag so that I can stay living this NBA lifestyle, right? RJ Barrett is legit. They don't care about RJ Barrett already. The Barretts already have money. You know, they already have money. His pops is already in you know what I'm saying, got money. His mom's Keisha already got money. She's smart. She got her own businesses. She don't even need Mr. Barrett. You know what I'm saying? So RJ Barrett is legit. Up on the floor, he want to rip your heart out if that's what it takes to win, right? It's the same thing that Legion of Knicks podcast said about Kobe. He was like, yo, the 5 a.m. workout, Kobe already drenching sweat. Because he probably got like 4 hours of sleep and was looking forward to the workout and was like, this dude gonna challenge me in a workout. I'm gonna make sure I be ready for the 5 a.m. workout. You know what I'm saying?
This is why, think about this. We had Fizz though, right? We had a team that was garbage, right?
Right.
You made a great point. You're bringing in veterans who are looking at this Knicks team. There's no leadership. There's no person really. Because Mo Wagner probably go to contender and play harder for them than he did for the Knicks, right?
Right.
But there's nothing. What does that say about the players who are here and they're not playing hard?
Right.
There's certain players. I feel like I wish RJ Barrett was drafted 2 years ago, right? Because I think he would have balled out with that. Like he would have gotten more recognition because obviously he came into a stacked draft class. But I think that in a class for what? Who was the first rounder with Knox?
Luka was in that draft. So
Luka, okay, that's tough. All right.
DeAndre Ayton.
Okay, RJ would have gotten the number one rookie of the year. But for that Knicks team, all those, come on, dogs. Like I look.
He would have fit a lot better with last year's Knicks team than this year's Knicks team.
Right. I think one of them is Randle, dude. The crap that Joe Madden was saying about Randle, obviously sort of reports at the end of last year or last season. You know, it's just you need to make this an RJ Barrett team, or you need to make this team of guys filled with RJ Barrett's mindset.
You know what though? I think Obi is another guy, man. I think that he has the potential to step in right away and be a leader on this team. Because he's not great on defense, but he's one of those guys like RJ. He'd rather die than lose.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I like his energy too, like how he like conducts himself.
Right.
Like it's a lot better than Kyra Lewis. Like I didn't, I didn't like Kyra Lewis's interviews. Like he always sounds stupid to me.
Yeah, and you know what though, and not to cut y'all off, but I think the thing that we sleep on the most, I think. Like when we look at what Obi Toppin's number one attribute is, like what is his best skill, right? And I think what happens is people think it's his athleticism, and I disagree. I think the system that Anthony Grant ran that's similar to what the Warriors run is Obi Toppin. For him, Obi Toppin to master that offense at power forward means that dude's basketball IQ is through the roof. It's the reason why, because for years, and y'all can attest to this. Like in high school, there was like the nerds and the jocks, right? So it's like the jocks come through, they like, yeah, man, I got a C+. I put it on my refrigerator. I ain't never got a grade that high. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the nerds that can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same. And I'm stereotyping, but I'm doing it for a point. So, but then what happens when the best player in all your sports is also, you know what I'm saying, the valedictorian. And that's what I think we have in Obi Toppin, where a guy is so smart, he can run a plus NBA system, right? And is the best athlete also, right? Because people will say, like, look at Dayton. Like, Dayton won a lot of games, and people will say, well, they had Obi Toppin. It's not just that. Anthony Grant ran an elite offensive system, and even Legion can attest to this because we were on Sim show Nothing But Knicks, and we were talking about coaching candidates, and Sim asked me, he was like, "Yo, so what sleeper coach out there, prospect at coach would you like?" And I was like, "Yo, I like Lionel Hollins, but I also like this kid Anthony Grant from Dayton because he took a bunch of dudes in an obscure conference." And was knocking off like top-notch teams in the country, and it wasn't even close. And it's because of that system they were running offensively. Like they have a great point guard, right? But they also have the ball movement and basketball IQ all over the floor, where the floor is always spaced. You don't see jumbled up anything. And if there's a mismatch on the floor, they'll pick at that mismatch through running plays, right? They don't ISO a mismatch. They'll run plays to pick at that mismatch until the coach on the other team gets the guy off the floor. You know what I'm saying? And you had Obi Toppin in that system making decisions. Now, you take Obi Toppin and put him on a team with a bunch of low IQ guys, like Knox, who was very low basketball IQ, like DSJ, that's very low basketball IQ, like Mitchell Robinson, that's very low basketball IQ. Now, their basketball IQ is low, and I'm not calling them dumb. I'm just saying they don't know enough. That's what I'm saying. They don't know enough right now. Yeah, your basketball IQ is based off of what you learn. If you hadn't seen it or learned it or whatever, you just don't know it. Obi Toppin steps in day one and can grasp great, deep offensive systems, right? So now you have a dude like that with RJ Barrett, right? So you have RJ Barrett, who's an average athlete at best, but probably the most heart of anybody in the NBA, along with a guy that might be top 30 athlete in the league and with a super high basketball IQ. Now what do you have, right? So now you put, and the reason why I said all that is I'm just to say this. We get to a point where we swing and miss on these picks. We can't get enamored with them. Like if Knox don't show you something coming out of camp, it might be time. If Frank don't show you something coming out of camp, it might be time. Because it'll be a shame to cut into Obi Toppin's minutes because you want to keep Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina.
You know what though? The preseason is right around the corner, bro. And
it's 2 weeks away.
Right. I'm telling y'all, these dudes have had an extra 4 months to their offseason.
Right.
If I don't see new tricks in the bag, I'm raining hellfire on these dudes. I'm not saying near the deadline. You had all this extra time to work on your game. You know what I'm saying? We should see Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina, Dennis Smith Jr. Everybody should be improved coming back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And if you ain't showing me nothing out the gate, man, you'll quickly come on, get these minutes, man. Come on, get these minutes.
Right.
Come on, get these minutes. We can't pour 20 minutes into guys who've been in the league 2 or 3 years and ain't shown nothing. We can't. We got 2 new rookies now. Right. And I mean, I'm never team just play the kids, but I mean, if you're in front of these guys and you ain't showing nothing, you got to get up out of here.
Dude, we also got Spellman and Evans too.
Right, and Spellman is a proven productive player.
Right,
that's a proven player. You know, if you leave Evans open, he's gonna make the shot. The Knicks ain't had enough guys like it. We have guys wide open, and I love Damian Dotson, but how can you shoot better on contested threes and open threes? That's just crazy.
You would. Well, I want to defend Dot just real. Damian Dotson just didn't stay healthy with us. You know what I'm saying? Damian Dotson, every time he walked on the floor, it's like he barely made it on the floor. Like he was always 70% because of those shoulder injuries and such. You know what I'm saying? I wish Dot the best. I wish he would have worked out here, but my man got to do something with his body, and hopefully he can get that right in Cleveland. But you know what I'm saying? But while he was here, Dot was always the 1 year he was about 80%. I think he started like 30 games.
He did good too. He was a serviceable shooting guard.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, no knock on. At least Dot showed you something. You know what I'm saying? Dot his team defense was good. Or which one was his team defense good? His
rotations were good, but like he would always get beat off the dribble.
Okay.
Yeah, you know that's a Kelvin Sampson disciple. That's one of my favorite basketball coaches, man.
Right.
So guys coming from Kelvin Sampson, you know they're gonna just same thing with Chris Beard at Texas Tech. They're gonna be able to defend. They're gonna know what to do. They may not be able to execute it because of athleticism, but they're gonna know what to do. But you know what I'm ready to see? I'm ready to see Obi Toppin in that pick and roll, man. Because the possibilities are endless. Dude can fade all the way to the 3-point line, man. And if he has the guts to shoot it, that can be something special if we get a point guard that knows what to do.
Right. And so I want to say, so hey, shout out to Andy, man. Andy, part of the fam. Hey, Andy, I'm not hating on Frank. I keep saying the same thing over and over.
But you know, the European players have that bias. You know, shout out to Andy, but the European players have a bias for these guys, man. Yeah. The Europeans have a bias for the European players. Let's be honest. As much as I like Frank, man, I used to be all that stuff. And you think about it, it's like dogs. Like Woodshed just said, man, these guys got all this time to add new wrinkles to the game. Like Jaylen Brown worked in season to improve his 3-point shot. There's no excuse for these guys.
Even RJ did that. RJ did that too.
Yeah, RJ, bro. I can't remember which. I think it was maybe the set. I don't know. I think it was like an ankle injury he had. Again, he came back shooting. There were several games he was shooting like 5 or 7, 6.
Yes, they were saying like, oh yeah, RJ and Allen Houston been like working out together and like That's the first time I ever heard like a writer talk about like
Allen Houston in that role, right? Like, oh yeah, he was one of the better 3-point or better shooters all around the league. It's like, I mean, I'm not saying Knox is not working hard, but Woodchuck said it right. Knox better have another wrinkle to his game. You have 4 months to literally just go out and get a freaking real trainer to actually work on. You're a 6'9" guy. You have no post-up game.
Right.
I mean, you have no change of pace. You have no Euro step. You have nothing.
No handle.
That same sloppy dribble to his right and then, throw that sharp, ugly-ass floater with no arc to it. You know what I mean? It's like those. What were you doing? You're perfect. This is your job. Don't matter if you're 20 or 19 or whatever. This is your job. You signed up for it. You got a responsibility, bro. So I agree with you, man. That's why I have I have no worries about RJ Barrett. Just, he stay healthy, whatever. Right. But, you have to get a guy like Randle off the team because Randle's kind of making sure that RJ Barrett's not the de facto leader by example or one of the guys to represent like the team's culture and mindset. Then, like, What the hell is he doing here? What the hell does Randle represent mentally? Like, you could even greet Obi Toppin to say, "Hey, congrats, rookie."
That's news to me. Yo, where did you guys find those? I've been looking at YouTube.
Joe said. Joe was saying that. I guess.
I always hear. Yeah, he said. I'm trying to find out the YouTube clips. I can't find them.
YouTube clips of what though?
Like supposedly he didn't greet Obi Toppin. Like what? Like
I think it was like online.
Publicized.
They said.
Like they probably texted each other. I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like they don't do it for the like. I didn't see RJ really. Like
I don't know. I don't get into this arguments that I don't even know if exists. Like I don't.
Like you just see like sometimes Randle doesn't bring it, but whatever. He's on the team.
Can we be honest? Can we be honest for a quick second?
Go ahead, shoot.
Yeah. And I'll say this, and I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel tonight has played some, version of sports.
Mm-hmm.
Teammates don't always like each other.
Right.
True.
Let's be honest. I had some teammates, man, all the way from Pee Wee to college. I didn't give a damn about. I couldn't stand these dudes.
Right.
I couldn't stand them, man. You know what I'm saying? They hated me and I hated them. But the difference is when the lights came on, we knew that we had to perform for the betterment of the team. So, and I've been privy to some slight inside stuff, man, going all the way back to the Larry Brown years. But that's just the reality. And that's why people have to understand we're on the outside looking in, that we shouldn't be shocked that it comes out that, oh, man, look, this guy don't like RJ. This guy don't like Randle. Just like with any job. Do you like all your coworkers? Hell no.
No.
Do you like all your managers and CEOs? Hell no. It's the real world. So, that's just a part of it. So,
but do you think that Randle's play at times, because I agree with you, but do you think that sometimes his play was a detriment to the team because of that? Because he didn't like
early on, I think so. Because I think that, and I think Alan Hahn said it on his podcast, that the plan wasn't for, Randle to be, the guy. You know what I'm saying? But the team was doing so bad early on that when people sitting around watching, okay, he's like, well, I got to take over. Like, that's never been your game. So, I think that Randle's going to be good for Obi because you got a straight up Brahma bull to say, Obi, you're going to check this dude in practice every day. Every day. I don't care how many cuts you get. I don't care how many bruises. I don't care if you lose some teeth. You're going to learn how to defend the hard way.
Right. Wow. So let me ask you this. Do you guys feel like the front office, and I asked the question I think it was 3 streams ago, man, but we didn't get to the discussion part of it. Do you feel like the front office made a misstep by not acquiring a long-term answer rate point guard this offseason when they had the assets to do so?
Nope.
I think it's just not getting Rondo. I think you needed a legit, still a high-level guy. A guy's not going to play 30, 40 minutes. You could have had someone spend time with him, but he would have been that mentor role. He already has a championship, so he's not, he has 2 championships, excuse me. He's not a guy who's going to come in angry and, I got to play these guys. I think he would have been a guy that if Tibs would have let him do it, he'd been kind of like the coach on the court. which is something we need. If you want to see what these guys are about, I mean, one way is to get somebody who can run the system at an extremely high level. Having such a weird, like, who's a real point guard on this team? Oster is not really a point guard.
No.
Frank really was drafted for the triangle.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really have so because you also stifle and develop other players who do need a legit point guard to show the aspects of their game, right? A guy like Obi Toppin, you don't want the ball in his hands. You know what I mean? Like that. Like he's not. I don't think he's a true point forward. You can probably have it to offset a team defense, but you want a legit point guard who's going to get it to him out in space, out of him, running out to for the corner three, around a screen or something. You know what I mean? Like you need a legit point guard to be able to facilitate. We don't have it.
So let me ask y'all this. So what is y'all's idea of a legit point guard? And the reason why, and I know y'all, I know it sounds like obvious, but for some, it's a score first attacking point guard that makes the defense honor the ball at the point of attack, and then others like myself feel like we need a floor general, somebody that makes sure everybody is in the right spot and make sure that you at least get one shot, a good shot off during your possession. What do y'all think is say the answer, or what do y'all look for at the point guard position?
It's got to be a bit of both. It can't just be one or the other. Like, who's the last floor general in the league? Like Rondo and CP3 are like a dying breed. Every point guard is a threat on offense now. Correct. Even CP3,
but not the threat. See, what you're saying is what you're alluding to is them being the threat and getting people in position. But the point guards nowadays, either you're the threat, aka say a Trae Young or Damian Lillard, or you're the guy that's going to get people into a position like a LeBron James type. Even though LeBron is not
LeBron scores 28 points a game. How is he? LeBron scores 28 points a game. You know that, right?
I know that, but what's your point?
No, I'm saying you still got to do both. You can't just be one or the other. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying the biggest thing is a point guard knowing the strengths of who's on the floor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you have to know. Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Julius Randle shot 46% from the corner three on the right side. Right. As a point guard, I'm expecting my point guard to understand. Okay, well, he shoots well from the corner. Put your ass in the corner. You have to have a point guard that knows how to weaponize the weapons that you do have. Though we have few weapons, you have to know how to use those weapons. Like, that's why we need a point guard that can help Mitchell Robinson get buckets, man. We gotta have a point guard that can do that, but we don't have one that can really shoot. And like Guillermo said, Rivers is not a point guard, but this year he probably gonna have to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because
who else can make a shot at that position?
Mm-hmm.
So
I think he'll be the starter
over Elfrid Payton.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have Elfrid play with Obi in the beginning, off the bench, because Obi's gonna be the go-to guy off the bench.
So what do you think, God of Moses and Elijah? So what do you think about the point guard situation?
I think so far, Elfrid Payton is possibly the best one we have right now, right? I already mentioned to you, I already had that conversation too about Frank. So Frank will be at the 2. He'll so I would slide him to the 2. I don't mind him getting 20 minutes, depending how well he plays. But at the 1, I like the idea of Austin Rivers and Dennis Smith Jr. and Elfrid Payton getting their minutes there. That's what I think about. And I don't mind seeing Dennis Smith Jr. and Frank backcourt. And that's I mean, if the front office still believes that Dennis Smith Jr. and Frank can still be here, that'd be great. If they play well, and I don't know, because I'm here reading the comments and people feel like like we're haters, we're Frank haters, and all that. Look, man, I'm just trying to keep it honest as much as possible. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I want Obi to succeed, Knox, all these guys, but at the same time, I'm not giving away free. I'm not going to just say you're the best player ever. You know, like there's a bunch of channels or a bunch of Twitter, a bunch of people on Twitter that can tell you, hey, every player that the Knicks draft is the best player in that roster or is the best player ever. And I'm not with that. I'm not trying to promote. I'm not trying to say that they're the best. I'm just trying to keep it as honest as possible. But I think the point guard position. I'm not saying Frank can't play minutes at the point guard, but I just think that the majority. I would like to see a lot of minutes as a Marcus to see. I want to see, can he be a Marcus Smart? I'm not going to give it to him. I just want to see, can he play alongside Alfred Payton? And I also would like to see, can Dennis Smith Jr. be a lead point guard? I want to see, that personally is my interest.
But so Raphael, what I'm asking you is if you want to see, what is it that you want to see from that player, right? And how does that thing that you want to see from that player contribute to the success of the team? Is what I'm getting at.
Well, getting points and assists and defending. I'm not sure I'm following.
So, okay. So Alfred Payton led the Knicks in assists last year with 7 assists a game, right? Mm-hmm. And I think he also had a triple double or two. I think, if I remember right. Mm-hmm. But the Knicks were trash. Mm-hmm. the Knicks were trash in the offense. Look, in the offense,
it wasn't because of him though. It wasn't because the Knicks weren't trash because of Payton.
Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, Alfred Payton was put in the team. You want to be close in games, right? I'm not trying to lose by 20. Which can happen. So I'm in a position where I kind of need Payton, and I'm like, listen, I don't want to lose by 20 here. That's demoralizing.
So Payton. So I'm not getting that you're saying Payton is the long-term answer, but you'd like to see Payton be the point guard this year. But you also said Dennis Smith Jr. and
right.
Frank. Yeah.
Right. In rotation. I want them to get minutes. I think
he's gonna play everybody.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be trial and error.
Tibbs is not gonna play everybody. You got the wrong coach. He's not David Fizdale, man. He's not gonna play 11 players.
Okay. So I think in the point guard positions, Alfred Payton and Dennis Smith Jr. and maybe Frank will be at the 2. I don't know, and I'll leave it there. We're talking about point guard. I'm not gonna jump around.
Did Alec Burks die or something?
Isn't he a shooting guard? Isn't Alec Burks a more shooting guard?
Yeah, he's more.
That's the 2. The 2 is the shooting guard.
Okay, so Alec Burks.
You're forgetting Reggie Bullock.
Oh, forgot about him.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna have to play these guys if they want to trade them. I don't see them
So basically, to Art's point, and I'm gonna say this, and I know it might be unpopular, but I don't think free agents are gonna come here to ride the pine. And Thibodeau's rotation is not gonna be super deep. So now you're talking about if a kid wants to play, then they are gonna have to ball out of their mind in this short training camp.
Yeah, they gotta legit beat out these guys, Reggie Bullock. They gotta beat out Austin Rivers. They gotta beat out Alfred Payton,
Alec Burks. They gotta beat out each Jacob Evans and all Spellman and all of them. You're not gonna. This isn't scholarship anymore, man.
Well said. I have to agree with you guys, especially. Not only is Frank on a contract here, Dennis Smith Jr.
And don't forget, this is probably Tibbs' last rodeo. If he's not gonna trust freaking Kevin Knox and Frank Ntilikina to
Well, I'm not saying them starting. I didn't say Frank starting.
No, I know, but he's not
Dennis Smith Jr. starting.
Yeah, but he can't just be oh yeah, I'm gonna play them because we gotta ride the kids. No, right. This is one of his last. This is probably gonna be his last rodeo.
Yeah, what is he, 60?
Yeah, he's already in his 70s, I think.
60? No, he's in his young 60s. Yeah, he's in his.
Yeah, this is Thibodeau's last job.
Yeah, but
whether he fails or succeeds, this is his last head coaching job in the NBA. You better believe that.
Awesome.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is Leon Rose's first GM gig. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to freaking lose it. Like,
right. And you know what? The other thing too, the other thing too that we underestimate, playing 10 less games is gonna be crazy. That stretch, that start of the season when you kind of get that orientation period, try to get a flow, try to develop chemistry. People, I don't think it's gonna be there. It's gonna be, in my opinion, it's gonna be a horse race from goal. Like as soon as the season starts, everybody's gonna be going because you don't have them 10 games where you can make up a deficit. Like if you're in 11th spot and you want to make it to that 10th spot in a play-in situation, you don't have 10 games to make up. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be, in my opinion, it's gonna be maybe not a super short rotation out the box, maybe not 8 men from the start, but I don't see it being a 10-man rotation. Yeah, maybe 9 into January, but then when the season's on the line, Thibodeau is going to play the people that he can trust. I mean, that's just what I think about it.
Exactly. Like I don't see him playing. Oh yeah, I got to play freaking Spellman today, and I got to play I got to play Miles Powell today. Like I don't think that's going to happen at all.
Good point. That one. Right. But Tibs did bring emphasis that it's a contract year for Frank and Dennis Smith Jr. So that's why was him saying that, I'm like, okay, he's probably going to look into grabbing one of those guys, and they're probably going to get 20, 30 minutes. I don't know.
Right.
I think it's also talk. Right? You don't want to make it so that any of your players sound like trash, right? So you're going to say, oh, we're going to find ways to get Frank, this and that. I think it's honestly what they're doing is talk. Like, and I give it to the Knicks. They're not really showing their hand in anything. It causes frustration for us, but hey, build up as much trade value you need for some of these guys that or you feel are not going to be good, and hype them up. Full Merrick to give us a high. I don't know.
I want Leon Rose to get the Sergio Lull guy to come to the Knicks.
I got a question for you guys.
Who got to say that one more time? I'm sorry.
I said I hope Leon Rose could convince Sergio Lull to come over from Barcelona or from Real Madrid.
Is he pretty good?
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's one of the best. He's one of the best players over there.
He's like He's Steve Nash over there, basically.
Okay.
He's older.
Yeah, he's older, but I still.
Yeah, I always want Prigioni. Yeah, Prigioni's my guy, man.
Yeah.
He's too old.
I got a question for you guys.
You can shoot it.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, talk about how likely you guys, if the young guys don't get a lot of minutes, like you guys are saying, which is you guys make a lot of valid points. How you think it's possible people will be upset with Tibs if Frank is not getting enough minutes and Dennis Smith Jr. is not getting enough minutes and Kevin Knox?
For sure.
Right. That's a good conversation.
They're going to turn on them so quick. They're going to turn on them so quick. It's not even funny.
So how long before they start booing at that? Hey, boo Tibs and he's
it doesn't matter. They can't boo him at home.
No, but I just want to know.
Nobody's going to be at games.
Yeah. Well, the game starts at December 27th. Well, on the internet here, it's 20 on YouTube. It's so far. The game starts on the 22nd of December, right? Mm-hmm. How long is it? Like you give it a month, and they're already going to hate his guts already?
No, I don't think.
If we're winning, no one cares. If we're showing options, like if it's like, yo, all right, even if we're not winning like that, but it's like they're playing better basketball and those guys aren't playing for a reason. Like every time they get in, they shit the bed. Then it's like, all right, well, I mean, it's understandable. You have to think about it. The majority of Knicks fans, yes, we are ravenous, we're hungry, but if we're winning, we have a winning product.
Right.
People are going to sit there like, oh, man, Frank and Knox, those guys should be on the court. Like, nah, they just weren't good enough. That's
good point.
Right. My only thing is
I wouldn't be surprised if people hate him.
Mm-hmm. So my only thing is Knicks fans, we shift the narrative a lot. So, so say for instance, just say for instance, we break out of the box and we're 5-2, right? So we'll shift the narrative away from, oh my God, fade for Cade. We'll shift it to, can we really turn this 5-2 into a playoff spot? And should we add a piece to help us get to the playoffs? So Knicks fans, in a sense, have a short-term memory, but at the same time, they have this overwhelming hunger to be successful. So if the Knicks break out, say in the first 10 games, or 5-5, something like that, the Knicks fan base will be thinking, "Hey, listen, we're playing 500 ball, 62 games left." You know what I'm saying? The fans that legit say, "Hey, I just want to give the kids some minutes and get them to develop," won't be the majority anymore. The majority will be, hey, we're 5-5 in 62 games. Can Tibs outcoach the opposing coaches in our division? Can he outcoach Nick Nurse? Can he outcoach Doc Rivers? Can he outcoach Brad Stevens? You know what I'm saying? It'll be that type narrative. Like, we'll be looking at cats that are on the floor executing more so than the development of the kids. And I hate to say it like that because I don't want to make it seem like Knicks fans are as a collective, the Knicks fan base is a front runners, but the Knicks fan base is so big and so diverse with so many different types of fans that I think, that mindset, that switch would be, we go from trying to figure out how we can make the playoffs to what will this team right here do. That's just the way I see it.
And look at how many New York Knicks fans, a lot of us are fans of like other bad teams. So like, I remember the Jets with freaking Fitzpatrick. It was like, what are we doing here? And then we were literally one game away from the play. We were trending right? I mean, we teams like the Giants in like the fourth quarter. I'm just trying to look at the Giants game. But if we have a winning product, even me, when I didn't like the Melo trade, but when we were in the playoffs, I was rooting every day for the Knicks. Even though I didn't think we were gonna. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't think that team was gonna be sustainable. Like, we're gonna, go to East Conference. We're gonna go to a championship or something like that. But you root. We want to win.
Right.
If you're treading faster than your projected rate, and we're sniffing the playoffs with a bare bones team of whatever we have, RJ, Obi, a bunch of role players. Say Frank is the guy that improves at point guard. I'm just making this up. We'll be like, can we get a Zach, or can we get a such and such to help this team? We'll change up, of course. Right.
And so the reason why I bring that up is because I think a lot of the times, a lot of reasons why we argue so much is because of one thing. So we have a commonality, like a few commonalities, like we love the Knicks and we would want the Knicks to win because we're frustrated, right? So that commonality brings us together, right? But then the divisive part is how do we get back to our commonality? Like, we love the Knicks and want them to win, but we argue based on that same commonality. Like, should we fade for Cade, right? Some people are like, well, if we fade for Cade, then the next 12 years we got 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists, all-star level point guard, right? Some will say, and then but then you have others like myself that are like, man, I can't wait for 2024. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been doing it, we've been losing since 2000. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a situation where it's like, I'm not saying take all of our assets and draft picks and money and just go get 3 mid-level guys. Like, don't. I'm not saying go get Chris Paul, Chris Middleton, and say, a good center, and then just surround them with talent. What I'm saying is whatever decision that we go in, just make sure it's a smart direction. Make sure you were prudent in your decision making when you decided to go in that direction. And then when you go in that direction, stick to it. You know what I'm saying? That if you have a 3-year plan, say, Uncle Freezy, hey, the 3-year plan is such and such. Okay. So in 3 years, I feel like we should be in that place. But don't sell me a bill of goods for 3 years, and then a year and a half in, you're like, hey, Uncle Freezy, in 3 more years. And then a year and a half, it's like, hey, in 3 more years. And that's what I feel like we've been fed. So when that's the reason why I say, when you bring in a Thibodeau, Tibs, stick to your 8-man. If you're going to do an 8-man rotation, 9-man rotation, if that's a proven formula for you, if that's going to get us over the hump, if that's your magic, if that's your sauce, let's go with it. I'm with you. You know what I'm saying? But don't come in like, I decided to do a 12-man rotation because such and such, and then we still not winning. And now it makes me think that our boat is rudderless. You know what I mean?
That concern will be more so with the owner. If Dolan comes in and tries to disrupt that plan. Like, say, this is the point we're just making, right? Say we are close to the playoffs, but, Tibbs is like, and maybe there's an offer to get, a Zach LaVine, but you got to give up the world for him, right? And Tibbs may be like, well, he doesn't really fit my plan, right? He's not what we really need. We go into next offseason, maybe get to the playoffs, we lose first round and get destroyed, but I know what we need to get us over the hump. And then Dolan comes in like, nah, I need maybe not Zach LaVine, pick a star power type of player,
Devin Booker maybe. Like we need to sell
Booker where you have to give up basically left, to get him. And it's like we're back in the Melo situation where you give him all these assets that helped you with that so-called foundation. Yeah, you might get to the playoffs once or twice, but after then it's going to turn to like another Melo situation, right? Not enough help. We probably still won't get a point guard, or we don't get the point guard to get him. We can't draft because we're giving up draft picks or whatever. So it's up to Dolan. Dolan, just stay away from the basketball guys. Do not touch them. Let them do their job. Now, if they fail in the next 3 to 5 years, or it looks that terrible, then obviously you get a new one. But keep it to the basketball guys, not your friends.
Hey, so Wood, how many games do you think we win this year?
My expectation is to try and win at the bare minimum 33 games. At the bare minimum 33 games. And the reason I say that is that would keep me hopeful for basically the majority of the season.
Another thing with if we win 33 games, that means like one of the kids took a step. Like people don't realize that like if we're just winning like 20 games, that means like RJ's still kind of like is below average, and then like Mitch is.
And that's the problem with fans expecting the team to be bad. You can't expect the team to be bad and then come capping about Knox and Frank and RJ and all these guys, because if the team is still bad, that means they didn't take a step forward.
Yep.
It can't be both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think I said it before, man, but I think this team is capable. And so let me ask this. Has the schedule been released yet?
Nope.
The preseason, I think, has, but not the regular.
Okay. It's going to be funny because we're playing Detroit and the Cavs twice each. We're probably going to be 4-0, and everyone's like, yo, we're back. We're back. And then we're going to be like so bad.
St. Thibodeau.
When the Knicks were 24 and like 18 or whatever before KP went down, I mean, KP's MVP. I mean, he was putting up quasi.
No, he was putting up great numbers.
But the hype, especially from cons like your boy Max Kellerman, and people all like, where are we?
Yeah.
Oh, chill out, man.
Well, so in the because I was gonna do a projection like legit like project win total. And I may have said it, so I'm going to back off that a little bit because I think it depends on what the schedule looks like. Because if we bust out of the gate with 4 games against Boston, 4 games against Toronto, 4 games against the Sixers, I think it's going to be bad, right? But if it's a situation where all those games are spread out, like if we legit get a couple of games against the Wizards or somebody that I feel like we have a fighting chance against. I think, and not saying the Wizards are going to be bad. What I'm saying is if we lose to the Wizards 114, 109, and Bradley Beal just pull out the game down the stretch, it's a lot different than losing to the Toronto Raptors by 17 and we shave the lead from 25 to 17 at the end of the game. You know what I'm saying?
So but you know what though? If that happens, Freezy, the kids didn't get better.
Yeah.
Well. I don't know.
They got
I hope that's sarcasm.
No, they gotta play meaningful games, because even for trade value purposes, right?
Right.
Nobody wants to trade for a guy who's on a losing team.
Yeah.
You have to put astronomical numbers like Marcus Morris did.
Right.
You didn't see teams trading for Randle or Portis. They only traded for Marcus Morris because he was putting up 19 points on 50% 3-point shooting.
Right.
So you got. Like you gotta play meaningful games.
I got a question for you guys. Freezy, and you heard me always debate a lot. Did I ever say I'll trade Mitch to keep Randle? Did I ever say that?
No. Man, I don't know. I mean,
I don't remember saying that. I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, people saying like, yo, I would trade Mitch to keep Randle. I'm like, Joe said that. I'm like, what is Joe talking about? I say a lot of stuff, man, but I don't think I said that.
Well, we just have to go back. We just have to go back.
Because the chat is going crazy. They're at my neck. I'm like, yo, listen, man, I don't remember saying. I've said trade Mitch for James Wiseman, but I'm like, before we drafted Obi Toppin, but I'm like, I never said trade Mitch. And I argue Guillermo. I argue me back and forth, me Guillermo, but me and you, Teddy, and I never said I'll trade Mitch to keep Randle. Like it's not like that. Anyways, okay.
All right, well, just make it public record. Just say it right.
All right, cool.
If that's what it is, then that's what it is.
I made it what it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that. But to the scheduling thing though, if we are if we have a shot, if we play teams that are good and we play them competitively, then I think the momentum of that kind of pushes us in a direction where 30 games plus is not out of the question, right? But if we come straight out the gate playing, a lot of division games and we get stomped from go, I don't know if you can carry momentum from that. We will probably lose faith in Leon Rose in the way he constructed the roster for one, right? A lot of people will be doubting Tom Thibodeau. They'll be like, well, maybe he didn't have a job for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Especially if we get halfway through the season, say 36 games, and we're like 8 and something. You know what I'm saying? I think we'll be second guessing Leon Rose. Like Leon Rose don't know what he's doing. He was an agent,
right?
And Tom Thibodeau was past his prime. Mm-hmm. But if we're competitive, say for instance, the first 36 games, we're 18-18, right? Punching above our weight. Then we at least have hope going forward for the rest of the season, thinking like, well, such and such took a jump. The ball is moving better. Some of the flaws last year was clearly coaching and not just the players. Because I think we blame the players a lot for last year, and we didn't blame coaches a lot. And
they have to execute, so.
Yeah, well, that is true. That is true.
I think we blamed coaches a lot last year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know.
But you're right. Yeah, because I was all on Fizz.
You guys keep on blaming Fizz when he only coached like a third of the games.
Yeah.
But he did have a full season before that where he was terrible.
Yeah, but Miller wasn't that great either.
Oh yeah, Miller wasn't that great either. No, I don't. Hornets wasn't that great. Mitchell was having sex with people's girls.
No, you know why? Like I think
he's trying to have sex with people's girls.
Dude, people are gonna find a way to hate on Tibs. I'm telling you that right now. Because a lot of people didn't want him as the coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Raphael.
No, I agree with him. I said that before Udi Mack said that, but I'm like, listen, I started that combo like, yo, especially those people that really want to see Frank and Dennis Smith Jr. get a lot of minutes and they actually want him to be starting. I mean, and Kevin Knox, they want the young. I'm like, that's not who Tibs is. Tibs is going to play. And I feel like even you, Freezy, you sort of been alluding to that whole thing about the veterans starting and the youth movement.
Yeah, remember with his Emmanuel Quickly should play last night?
Right. So if you start playing the youth, then you should have had Kenny Atkinson as your coach. But if you're gonna go with, I believe. I mean, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not trying to. But long story short, but Tibs it's a mix of. If you're talented and if you're good at what you do and you're young, then fine. But if you're not that good, Tibs is going to throw you. You could be the 15-man, 14, and you may not get minutes.
But you have to understand. But what I'm saying is what I've been trying to say, like this entire stream is that we have to listen to people's takes in context. Mm-hmm. Like when somebody says something, you have to understand the reason why they're saying it. Like for instance, like with me, I keep saying my whole thing is I want to win. I don't care about nothing else. I don't care about Ntilikina being an All-Star. I don't care if RJ Barrett is a Hall of Famer. I don't care if Mitchell Robinson is Wilt doggone Chamberlain. I want to win. I'm tired of losing. That's what I keep saying. And I'm sorry, and I ain't trying to get into like some emotional thing, man. But what I'm saying is all these points that I'm making is we sit around and watch our team get their butt kicked every year.
Yo, we don't hear that enough.
You know what I can't see next year?
Preseason, we don't hear that enough. I don't care. I want to win. We are not hearing that from many channels
but
or on
that's
Twitter.
The reason why I make these takes. All right, it's not. I don't say this stuff because I want to put a RJ Barrett poster on my wall. I'm too big for that. I'm an old ass man. I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? I want to win. I want to see my team win the championship. I don't care if Obi Toppin can do a 360 dunk. I care about him putting the ball in the basket when it counts. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we have all these conversations, and I love the conversation. I love chopping it up with Knicks fans, man. You know what I'm saying? It's 2:20 in the morning, and I'm chopping it up with 100 or so Knicks fans because I love it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, our team has to establish a culture of winning. I don't care if we get the number one pick. If we pick at 7 and get a quality guy. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing, like people said the thing about Frank Ntilikina, like they swear I hate the kid. My point is the reason why I say those things about Frank is because I want my team to win. It's not because I don't like somebody from a different place. That's not what this is about, and it's not the reason why I talk to y'all. You know, a lot of y'all, I'll be talking to y'all if we wasn't doing a video stream. You know what I'm saying? About this Knicks and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I want my team to win, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fade for Cade. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to get in the lottery and pray for the number one pick so we can get a guy and wait for 3 more years. If we get a guy, we get a guy, man, but we want to win. We tired of losing.
I'm with you on that.
No,
we
I also don't want to see
a lot of people.
But Roger, we have the misconception that our franchise is a winning franchise. We don't have a winning franchise. We had a winning stretch during the 90s. We had a winning stretch during the 90s where we caught lightning in the bottle. We got the number one pick, and the guy played his heart out for us, right? And we won games. But aside from that, in the last 30 years, what do you have? Think about that.
You know what else I don't want to see? I don't want to see us to being in the bottom third in offense.
Right.
We better not be like a bottom 3 team on offense next year.
Well, it's going to look really ugly because I believe in Tibs' first 2 years with the Bulls, they ranked fairly poorly in offense. I remember. So it's going to take some time because obviously we don't have nowhere near a relatively talented team as the Bulls did back then. So
I don't think we could be as bad as we were last year. That's all I can say. Like last year's like offense, like we never ran. We never ran in transition. Like
right. And to
we never moved on offense. Like it's freaking so bad.
And you know, and so to Art's point. And I see State of the New York Knicks podcast in the building. Was good. And shout out to everybody I did shout out earlier. I think we jumped straight to it. Hey man, but you know we love y'all, man. Don't think because I ain't shout you out mean I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you know we love y'all, man. But anyway, subscribe, hit that like button. But to what Art's point is this, man, we didn't get easy baskets for our kids. You know what I'm saying? Or for anybody. The conversations would be a lot different if Kevin Knox averaged 11 points and RJ Barrett averaged 18 points, right? And while y'all will say, well, the average, hey man, I'm talking about 2 more buckets a game. That's what I'm saying. If legit Mike Miller drew up a play for Wayne Ellington and I almost drop kicked my TV out the window. Why are you drawing up plays for Wayne Ellington at the top of the key?
Dude, that guy was clueless, man. He was the most overrated coach Knicks fans ever.
Oh my! You drawing up a play like I saw, like, and y'all remember this game at the beginning of the season. Jason Tatum was ice cold against the Knicks, right? And Jason Tatum had this look on his face, like he was so disappointed in himself. Brad Stevens called a timeout, went to him and talked to him all the way to both of them sat down. During the whole time he talked to him, right? Coming out of the timeout, Brad Stevens had a play drawn up for for Jason Tatum, where Jason Tatum got a wide open 18-footer and he made it, right? And so the next dead ball timeout, he drew up another play for Jason Tatum at the top of the key for a 3, and he made it. And he got the kid back on fire, right? At the same time, David Fizdale was screaming his lungs out at Kevin Knox. You know what I'm saying? Like legit, it was almost like berating my man on national TV, right? And instead of drawing up something for Knox to get him going, to get him invested, these dudes is drawing up plays, Harlem Globetrotters, veteran dudes throwing the ball at each other. We get a 24 shot clock violation out of a timeout. We embarrassed. Fizdale want to throw his whiteboard, and he should have threw it because that mess he put on it wasn't no good. You know what I'm saying? And you got one coach who invested in his star.
Dude, how many times did Clyde was like, oh, it's just one pass, and then they shoot it? Like,
right.
He always like complains about like them not running a legit play.
Right. That's what I'm saying, and it's the reason why I complained about the Mitch dribble handoff. I know Mitch is the number 1 pick and roll finisher. I know that y'all don't have to bash me with that stat, but that can't be the focal point of your offense for a dude that averaged 9 points a game. Why is that the focal point of your offense and a dude averaged 9 points a game? I mean, it's stupid. You legit come down and run the same play over and over again for a dude that averaged 9 points a game. You know,
you were the one that was hyping it up before Chuck put you to school.
Oh,
you used to be like, "Yo, it's unstoppable, man." We're like, he scored 9 points per game.
That's 74%. You were hyping it up. Don't cap now. You were that right there to me in a separate conversation. You know, I was excited about that. But this one is that can't be the focal point of your offense, man. You can't legit come down and be like, regardless of the personnel, we're gonna run this dribble handoff with Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. You like legit of the other 4 plays, regardless of the other 4 players on the floor, this is what we want to run. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, y'all. Come on, man.
I just want to say that the only thing that really pissed me off about this offseason, I don't know what was the cost for CP3, but I would have at least entertained it more. Like, I feel like that's what I would have been. You know, I mean, we got Obi Toppin.
We wouldn't have beat that package, you know.
Yeah, that was a good package, man.
They got Oubre, they got Rubio, and then they ended up getting picks for both those guys too.
Protected, right? Protected.
Yeah, but like I still that's still a pick.
That's the only one that, you know, like, and the fact that a lot of Knicks fans, I mean,
we should have won for Oubre.
Yeah,
if you saw what
and
Schroeder
should have went for Oubre and Rubio.
You could have went for Rubio. No, I'm not look.
Even Rubio we could have got.
Yeah, but I asked y'all that like 30 minutes ago. I was like, well, y'all, you know, what do y'all think about the Knicks not addressing the point? I just asked y'all that like 30 minutes ago.
You said in the draft.
Well, okay, yeah, in the draft. Okay. Yeah, good point.
Because they would have been reaching at 8. They would have been reaching if they took. Like I'm not a high Halliburton guy. I know Wood is, but I wouldn't have took him over Obi. I don't think Wood. No. I don't think Wood would have took him over Obi.
I wouldn't have taken him over Obi, man.
Yeah.
No way.
But imagine CP3 with an Obi. That would have been a nice fit.
Imagine CP3 with anybody on our team, man. CP3 is just that.
Yeah, CP3 would make anybody look good.
Yeah. And if you wanted a CP3 facilitator, but maybe not the scorer, I would have loved to have Rondo. That's what I was saying, Rondo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rondo would have been good too.
Oh my gosh, he would have been excellent for this.
It takes so much pressure away from Frank, Knox, Ntilikina, all those other problems, all those other things. It makes me want to just overlook them and just say, you know what? But we got CP3. I wouldn't care. But now walking into this season, I'm like, this is going to be a disaster. It's going to be.
It also would have allowed those guys to see proper point guard play on the court. Forget about Forget about having to have a coach who maybe can't articulate the way or teach you. You know, guys like Fizdale and Miller, but to have an actual point guard there on the court. I mean, let's be honest, SGA is now being looked at as a future of the team. You know what I mean? And that's partially because of how well he played with CP3 and probably what he learned from him. So,
yep. Hey, how about the Knicks adding your boy Aaron Brooks?
Yeah, You know who that's going to be important for? DSJ.
That's gonna be good for any point guard that's coming in. I don't, because I'm not a believer in them. I'm not a believer in any point guard on our squad right now.
I can agree with you, but look at DSJ's size. Look at it's
I know.
Something similar to Aaron Brooks, but Aaron Brooks was a guy who would get buckets. I remember, was it the Rockets he blew up on?
Rockets, he was nasty.
And then they didn't give him the contract, right? Or he won the contract. Yeah, they didn't give it to him or some shit like that.
Yeah, and then I think he went to the Bulls after that.
He went to the Bulls. Yeah, for like 2 years. Yeah, yeah. So again, you got the people in the building, man. If DSJ, all these guys do not show, and like what's the name? I think Wish has said it. You have 4 months. 4 months. Your life should be dedicated to literally just being in the gym, wake up, eat, be in the gym, working on some type of new skill.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Give me a wrinkle to your game. I'm tired of seeing you. The thing about these players, I don't know what it is. They get too scared. They need to stop telling these damn trainers to stop advertising some of these because it's making them look bad. It's like,
dude, I'm telling you. That's why. Look, I called Frank the Dwayne Haskins of basketball because that's what Dwayne Haskins did before this season. He was putting all these hype videos of him playing quarterback.
Really?
Yeah. And then I was like, and look at him now. He's the 3rd string in Washington.
He's watching a guy who literally almost had his leg amputated. Well, he's hurt now too, but.
That's a good point, though, man. That's a really good point that you got these trainers, man, advertising all this shit.
Yeah.
We get to the season and the player's still breaking, man. Like,
yeah. I was like, dogs, don't do that. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I feel like some of these players are more concerned with lying to fans and getting us to believe the hype.
They can't. Did you guys watch Channing Frye on Knicks Fan TV?
Nah.
No, I didn't watch it.
Like a lot of these guys care about their brand more than like actual getting better.
That's what I think either Steven Jackson or Shumpert said that a while ago.
Yeah,
right. Guys are like they get into the league, they just care about IG models and their next paycheck. And I think Shumpert was the one that said like, some of these guys they were taking loans and stuff like these high interest loans. It's like, are you dumb? Like, why would you?
Yeah,
just trying to live the life. So.
Man, it's crazy. That's crazy. But you know what though? I think in a case with us though, we have to decipher or determine who actually wants to do this and who don't. And whether they're drafted by us or not, if they're invested in us winning, you know what I'm saying? We need to get more players like that. I think sometimes we get enamored with how a player got here as opposed to what they provide for the team. You know what I'm saying? My fear, and I'm part of that crowd, because what I don't want to have is the situation like what happened against the Memphis Grizzlies on national TV, where you get a whole bunch of free agent dudes that come in and they don't even get up for a nationally televised game, and so we get embarrassed, right? So you got Julius Randle throw a lazy inbounds pass and it's stolen because he just basically threw it to the dude. And then, your other free agent, you know what I'm saying, don't go out and contest a shot because of unwritten basketball rules. You know what I'm saying? And then when a man shoot it, you try to push him and injure him, like end his career. Well, not really that. I won't go that far, but still. And then your other free agent come on national TV and say, he showed such and such tendencies. So it's like all these dudes, you know what I'm saying? All these free agent dudes all go into this one play that embarrasses the franchise, and then most of them are gone. Well, no, because Elf is back and Randall is here. But y'all understand what So it's like they don't care. Like it's just like what y'all said. They more so invested in IG models and all this stuff. Maintaining that NBA lifestyle. As opposed to winning. I don't care nothing about that stuff, dog. I want to win.
That's why RJ is so important, because it's not that RJ is going to be a superstar. I don't think he's going to be a superstar. He may not even be a star per se, but the attitude, right? You want young guys to build around that. You want young guys to feel like, they're making RJ to the fact the leader. And I know that he may not be the best, but damn, when he goes on the court, bro, damn, when he's at practice, this dude does not play around. Like, this is not a game. Like, you know what I mean? And these young kids, remember, these kids are in high school or they're coming from high school. They probably feel like they need, not say, I'm not trying to make this corny say they need guidance in their life. A lot of them do, but they might look at the RJ Barrett type and be like, damn, like he makes me want to be better. You know what I mean? That's big brother right there, man. I can't be effing around like that. And then the next guys who get drafted have that same mindset. The next guys get drafted. So that's how you build a culture where, you know what I mean? You have people who play under certain. Look at the Spurs. You know what I mean? The Spurs are literally still playing under the attitude of Duncan. Let's be honest. His legacy still reigns like within. Right. How Popovich, I'm not saying these guys don't get in trouble. You don't really hear much about like DeJounte Murray or any of those guys on the Spurs. You know what I mean? They still play under that Tim Duncan and David Robinson type of, come to work, a lunch pail, work hard, fight hard, play with good fundamentals type of basketball.
Right.
I just want to say something real fast. I want to win, right? I just want to put it out there. I want to win and this, that, and the third. And yes, I want to play the rookies. But I kind of have, I feel like the front office, right? I see Danny Ainge operate the way he's operating. I see Philly operating the way they are. I mean, we only have right now, Julius Randle's are, arguably the most expensive contract, which I don't think. Do I have an issue with his contract? No, but I think that there should be somebody else with that. I don't think he should be the only guy that we have that's, I want to say he's a veteran, but sort of like that's the only guy you have, like that's it. Like if I just saw Atlanta Hawks, they have a Trae Young and they signed a Gallinari with more expensive than Julius Randle and a Bogdanovic. So they have two players. The two that gives you. I mean, when Trae Young can't shoot it, or if he's being double teamed, he could give it to Gallo, or if not, he could give it to Bogdan. I feel like you have a higher chance to win. Philadelphia, they got Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. They got Tobias Harris, expensive contract. Fine, they got him. They also had Josh Richardson for years. So they have, Ben Simmons has options. Like he already has Joel Embiid, but on top of that, so that to ensure that they make the playoffs, they still got a Tobias Harris. They still got, and I feel like the Knicks, the only player they got with RJ. Even though I agree, hey, listen, he doesn't play well in the system. I get that, but wouldn't that be more reason to go to make sure you get a CP3? Wouldn't that be the more reason you want to go hard to get a? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to name names right now.
What if it's a thing where CP3 wanted to go to Phoenix because they had a better shot at winning? Right. What if it came down to the Knicks and the Suns and CP3 was legit? Like, man, I don't want to go to, I don't want to go to that team because they don't.
You want to stay close to LA.
But what about anybody else? Like, it don't have to be. I just say
he's just using.
I just think that coming to the Knicks. In a rebuilding team, on a tough rebuilding team, this team needs help. We need a good player right now. I mean, Julius Randle.
It wasn't without trying, bro. We tried for Hayward. He chose the freaking Hornets. Like, we're the Knicks. We're bad. We're not. If this is a 90 Knicks, it's something that's different, right? You're talking about there's some type of winning pedigree. There's some. But, Dolan has marred our team's name. Like, we have to build from the mud. So that means drafting, a system, proper coach. I mean, we're not – players don't want to come here. See, I mean, for months they were talking about CP3 to the Knicks. So there may have most likely been something there, right? Mm-hmm. We don't know. But that's not to say the Knicks didn't try. Mm-hmm. We tried to go for him. We tried to go for a Fred VanVleet, who I didn't want.
Yeah, I don't want him.
We don't have the name of the cachet, man. We suck.
Right.
The Knicks.
Right. And
you know what we need? You know what we need? You know how the Mavs had like Dirk for the longest time, like at his old age? Like, we need a vet like that. Like, even the Hawks had Vince Carter. Like, we need that kind of vet to like show them the way. Mm-hmm. Not Lance Thomas, not Wayne Ellington, not Taj Gibson. Like, we need not Michael Beasley. We need a legit vet that was a star in this league.
Right.
Had success in this league.
Well said.
To show these kids what it takes to be a great player in the league and win.
Right. And the ownership and staff.
Yeah.
And ownership and staff too, because
that's why I kind of wanted Melo back. Like, I just wanted a guy to, because like you could hate Melo all you want. He did help KP get better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you make a good point, man. Hey, we need somebody better than Randle. I don't think Randle should be the. I'm pro Randle, but but at the same time, I don't want him to be the only. I want somebody better too. Like it takes at least two solid players with RJ, to try to win a game.
And for the record, I think I'm pro Randle's value. I'm not pro Randle.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm pro Randle's value. And I know that sounds crazy, but I want Randle to have all-star value.
So do I. And I want him to get traded. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Hey, but at the same time, like I feel like that's the best you can do. No diss to Randle, but I'm like that's only one player out of all these free agents. Last year free agency was Randle. That's the only player you can get. I don't think we could win with that.
No. So I'm gonna tell you what I think we can win with. I think we can win with Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett. I think we can win with now.
Just two players on the court.
No. Hear me out. Let me tell you. So let me tell you what. Art is funny. Yeah. So not RJ and Obi and in that two player sense, but establishing them as young core building blocks going forward, because you have an athlete who I think his best attribute is basketball IQ, right? So when you go talk to a free agent, that you could say, well, I have this young athlete, man, but he's the dude has a high basketball IQ, and what they look at that is not only does he have the ability to play, but when I get there, I think we'll be able to play together. I don't think there is like a large learning curve because the dude is able to catch on to aspects of the game quickly, right? And so then when you have a two core, a core of two young guys that really want to win, I think you're able to attract guys faster. Is basically what I'm getting at. Kind of like a situation where I know it's a bad example, and I don't even want to use. I was going to say LeBron and AD, but who wouldn't want to go play with LeBron and AD? You know what I'm saying? I mean that's whatever. And RJ and Obi won't ever be LeBron and AD. But what I'm saying is if you have two stars in a place, it's easier to get guys to come play with you. Even say in a situation where Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when you got Chris Middleton and Greek Freak, and I know we don't have a Greek Freak. I know that. But what I'm saying is even in obscure places, if you put two all-star caliber guys together, players are more likely, be invested in coming because they feel like you have a shot.
Also, this sounds crazy, right? You don't want almost any free agent to come here with this team, right? Because when you don't have the foundation, they're going to look at this as just a cash grab. There's going to be a vacation for them for their next team. You don't want that. You want players again. That's why I say guys like Rondo, CP3 would have been great. They're long shots, or at least I thought Rondo was doable. Maybe CP3 was a long shot. Maybe we didn't try for Rondo, but because again, we're talking about Randle. Randle was essentially a free agent, opted out of his deal with the Pelicans. He came here, right? And he's talent, but he's not the right talent. You need the right talent for the team. And I know it sounds creepy. Like, just get again. You don't any free agent that comes in with what we're at now. Because I put money in. You put Randle on a team that's a competitor with a strong foundation, a strong coach. I put money in he plays better or plays differently than what he's doing now.
Dude, we only attract C and D list free agents.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at
if the Knicks want a star, they're gonna have to trade for one, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. Especially when you're talking about superstars, man, because and that's why I keep saying, we can sign such and such. Superstars get traded. Anthony Davis was traded. Kawhi Leonard was traded. Paul George was traded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Carmelo Anthony was traded.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron James was and Chris Bosh are really the only two star players that really say, we're going to sign somewhere. You know, even Dwayne Wade
because they tampered with each other. That's why.
Yeah, but
also Miami was a destination. Chris Bosh didn't just like fall over backwards into Miami and was like, "Oh, okay, look where I landed." Miami was a destination.
No, they set it up. Melo was supposed to be the guy, but Melo didn't want to do it, so he picked Chris Bosh. So Chris Bosh actually kind of fall into it. You know, if you want to be technical.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. That's why I keep telling people Karl Anthony Towns will not be in Minnesota in 24 months. He will not be there. What reason does he have to stay?
What are you saying? I mean, I heard what you said. I heard it, and I understand.
What I'm saying is, Freezy, stars are going to be available. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I keep saying this year somebody has to break out for the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Like LeBron James said when they gave out the most improved players, if you look at Devontae Graham, it don't get much more improved than that. Why can't that happen for the Knicks? And I'm not talking about somebody going from 7 points a game to 10 points. I'm saying an absolute breakout player. Every year, somebody breaks out.
Yep.
Every NBA season. The Knicks need that.
Yeah, he went from 4 to 18 points per game.
So, and that's how you capitalize on your assets. Michael Jordan, he sucks in the draft.
Yep.
But, you know, don't they have PJ down there too?
Yep.
PJ Washington, yep.
PJ Washington, another young, productive player. So he misses on his early picks, but he made up for that with PJ Washington and Devontae Graham. Those are two core pieces. And you got LaMelo.
And Miles Bridges. What about Miles Bridges?
Yeah, and you got Miles.
What about
what
about Malik Monk?
Hey, so let me.
He's a bust.
Let's gloss over his point because he made a good point, and instead of glossing it over, let's deep dive into that. So you said two things back to back. So you said Michael Jordan misses on early picks, and then you also said they have LaMelo Ball.
You know,
are you saying?
Here's the thing with that though. LaMelo is no longer. He's not in a position where he has to come in and be a star right away. They got complementary pieces that are young that are producing. Does LaMelo have to score 20? No, Graham can get you 20.
Yeah, Hayward
can have to play defense on the wing. No, PJ and Miles can play defense on the wing. All LaMelo has to do is come in there and play his game. He got shooters. Only thing they're missing is a solid big man. But he can just come in and play his game.
Right.
I have to agree with you. Charlotte is building right. They got Terry Rozier also. Yeah, they got.
Did Charlotte draft somebody in the second? Did they draft a big? Did they acquire
Vernon Carey? My guy.
They got Carey?
Yep.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
That's who they drafted.
And you also said, and so which had also said they hit on later round picks and they need a big. So now deep diving into your second, the other thing you said, if what you say is true about them hitting on later picks, then that means Vernon Carey is going to be a player.
Mm-hmm.
He is a player.
I'm gonna tell you, I like Vernon Carey, man. If they would have kept that, we got up to what 25.
We got quickly at 25. We should have took. Yeah. We should have took Vernon at 25.
I would have took Carey. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I think quickly would have been at 33. Who knows? Maybe not. But I think when Maxey came off the board to Philly, they said, "Oh shit, our guy's gone. Who's next?"
Yeah.
I think that's really what sped up because I think that Maxey was the guy they were probably trying to get when they moved up a bit in the late first round. But when he went to Philly, it was like, "Oh shit, what are we gonna do now?"
Right.
Well, we can't move down again because if we move down, then Emmanuel's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
But if you, the reason I brought up the Hornets is that if you look at their team, you can kind of see what they're doing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? All LaMelo has to do with is going in and play make. Right. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, like they build around their core. They try to make them succeed.
Wow. So why is it so difficult for the Knicks to do that?
I feel like
because we're still trying to make a bad pick work. Like you don't see them trying to freaking build around Malik Monk anymore, or who else did they pick a long time ago?
MKG.
They've already replaced.
Yeah, MKG. They gave up on MKG and Cody Zeller already.
Yep.
Yeah.
They replaced him. They got Miles in there, and then MKG's minutes were gone.
Yep.
Graham came in. Malik Monk's minutes are gone, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They beat them out. Like what I'm trying to say, like what Knox has to do, beat out whoever's in front of him.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
But I'm hating.
Yes. But I feel like Charlotte had an advantage over the Knicks with the whole Kemba Walker situation. You know, they drafted Kemba Walker, and I feel like I feel like they had an advantage over the Knicks. You know, Kemba Walker they drafted him, and I mean, I don't know how they got rid of him, and they got Terry Rozier, so they got Terry Rozier, and then they had Malik. Then they just kept drafting right after that. After they let go of Kemba Walker, they just drafted Malik.
Man, once they got Mitch Kupchak,
Mitch Kupchak came in and
they're not
turning it around, man.
He turned it around. I mean, the coach is not too crazy.
I wouldn't have given Hayward that money, but still,
it's not a bad.
They kind of had to.
In a way, it's not a bad idea because I feel like Nick Batum's contract, he has a 1 year, $27 million. So I think they might trade him with the Knicks or something, and they just say, listen, let's get rid of this contract and let's justify our $30 million contract with go to Hayward.
If the Knicks get that, if they get Batum, that's another guy Knox has to beat out.
Yeah.
Knox, but oh my gosh, man. He better get in the summer, man.
But
if he comes in next year with that ugly ass freaking floater, man, I'm gonna be so pissed.
If you look at the offseason acquisitions, I think it's safe to say that the Knicks are ready to go ahead and slide RJ to that 3 spot because they all but ignored the small forward spot. They basically ignored the small forward. They brought in guards, so if you bring in Burks and Rivers, you obviously not satisfied with who you got playing in one of the two. You even brought Peyton back, so I think that they're opening the door. Say, RJ, you want to play make on the wing? You want to be the 3? It's your time to shine.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like because if Rivers starts, that means you're giving RJ the playmaking duties, right? So he could
at the 3.
Yeah, and then Rivers could shoot it way better than freaking Peyton. And then you have Burke starting too, who could get buckets. And then, I would rather start Toppin, but I think if Toppin's the go-to guy off the bench, it would be pretty. And playing with Peyton would be pretty good with the pick and roll.
I think Burks is going to be. I think he's going to hold down that 2 spot.
I agree. I like him.
The start. At least the starting.
Yeah, he gets buckets and at a good clip, at a good percentage and everything.
And if you look at his numbers for the past, the time he spent, I guess this year, if I remember, I think this is the most attempts he's taken compared to his whole career. So he's known that, all right, I'm a 3-point role player. I can do all this stuff, but I know my role is to basically, hit 3-pointers.
And he passes the ball too. He's not a ball. He's not no ball hog.
So wasn't Alec Burke a point guard coming out of school?
2 guard from Colorado.
Was he? Okay. I remember him handling the ball a lot when he was young, a lot, and he showed flash so much tremendous upside, but he kept getting injured. You know what I'm saying? So he would flash and get hurt. So the thing with Alec Burke at the 2, I'm not for sure. I'm in a mindset where I still like to see everybody see this thing play out in training camp in Tibs system. Before we pencil even RJ at the 2 or the 3. I just like to see what RJ looks like in Thibodeau's system. What is Thibodeau's offensive? What do y'all think Thibodeau's offensive system is going to look like?
Elbows. You're gonna have some ISO. You're gonna have guys operating from the foul line, pass facilitating from the foul line. You're gonna have.
He's gonna make Mitch just be the garbage man.
Yeah.
Your dog.
You're not gonna because he can't be no Joakim Noah.
No.
No. If Mitch wanted to, he'd be working on that in the summer. But freaking 2K. Freaking
skip to my Mitch.
Skip to my Mitch. This freaking KD crap on. So he could do that if he wanted to.
Right.
That crap just gets me so pissed.
I think the thing with Mitch though is for what so my frustrating thing with Mitch, and I'm not a Mitch hater. I love Mitchell Robinson, right? Mm-hmm. And I love Frank too. I like the kids. I just need to see progress, right? So the thing with Mitch though, the thing that I despise is he catches the ball and never does a fundamental basketball thing with it. You know what I'm saying? So defense.
Handoff is fundamental.
I guess.
I'm being sarcastic.
He's like Blake Bortles. He's good at the handoffs. Like,
just right. Like for instance, Mitch catches the ball, say at 23, at 25 feet away from the rim, right? He doesn't square up to the rim, doesn't triple threat anything. Right. So if you're defending Mitch, there is no need for you to close that space. You know what I'm saying? So the defender can literally give him 10 to 12 feet of space because he's not going to do anything with it. You know what I'm saying? And what that does is it creates a scenario where one guy can guard two people. And you know what I'm saying? Like I can back off Mitch and legit just follow his eyes to see where he wants to pass it. You know what I'm saying? And so in a way, I'm guarding him and the guy that he wants to pass to. Mm-hmm. And the frustrating thing is then the summertime comes and this dude looks like a pterodactyl dribbling the basketball. You know, I'm like, not only I don't like it, but at the same time, I'm like, why didn't you at least show a glimpse of this during the season so your man can at least come to within 5 feet of you? Which means you have an open passing lane to the guy that you want to pass to, or cutters going to the basket. You can pass the ball to cutters. You know, hold your head up and look. All these things frustrate me with Mitch. So the thing about Mitch and the Noah thing, if Tom Thibodeau can turn Mitch into a dollar store Joakim Noah, he deserves every dollar. He deserves every dollar that's coming to him. You know, in terms of Tom Thibodeau, right? But at the same time is this Nerlens Noel can hit the 23-foot 3-point shot, the straight ahead three. Now he's not taking anybody off the dribble, and he's not gonna run to the corner and spot up for three. But if he sets a screen in a pick and pop situation and doesn't have to move his feet too much, he can knock down the three. You know, so he added that to his game. And I think he might have shot, I think I remember hearing that he shot maybe 30% from three. So the fact that he even shot the three opens up. Imagine if Mitch even shot the three last year. Say if he was 0 for 20, right? Defenses would still have to contest it because he would at least shoot it. Nerlens Noel shot 30% from there, which doesn't sound impressive, but at least it's a threat. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And he was I think he was like the number 6 pick and roll finisher, number 10 pick and roll, something. Number 10 pick and roll finisher. So you can get legit.
You know, he was 33% on 3 shots, right? Noel.
Was it?
Yep.
He didn't.
Well, scratch that whole thing then with Nerlens Noel.
Well, in Nerlens' defense, though,
he has the mini though.
I heard somebody say that my man can shoot, but if he only shot
Noel can hit the mid-range shot.
Wrong and scratch everything I just said from the record because I'm totally wrong.
Noel will take a mid-range shot though. He will.
Hold up, just in case. Another thing that I really like about Nerlens Noel is that he cannot for free throws. He's really good at making free. Yeah, he knocks down those free throws. That's something that I really want from Mitch. If Mitch can knock down some free throws, another person. I mean, I
want that from RJ.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Free throws. He would look a lot better as a player. I'm telling you.
But I'll tell you right now,
RJ could easily average like 18 or 19 points per game if he hit 75 from the free throw line.
I think.
Hey, that's a fact too because RJ Barrett shot 75% from the free throw line after the All-Star break, and he averaged 18.1 points a game after the All-Star break.
I tell you right now, if Mitch was able to knock down free throws like Nerlens Noel, then that's something to hold on to then. Because right now I'm not really crazy holding on to Mitch right now. But like if he can knock down those free throws like Nerlens Noel did last year, then that's something to take serious.
He also has to create moves to draw those fouls at the basket as well too, because like Freezy said, I mean he's limited, right? If you have a team that can defend a pick and roll well, right? What else? How else is this guy gonna score?
Yeah, he's also afraid to shoot. That's why I'm not too. But let's see how Nerlens Noel's. Let's see how he does.
He's gonna be competition. He's definitely gonna be competition.
I remember when Nerlens Noel was coming out of high school. Man, he was like a man amongst boys.
If he outplays Mitch, we're gonna have to have a conversation.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
we're gonna have to have a serious conversation.
Yeah. A lot of money because you ain't paying. I ain't paying Mitch that. I don't give a damn. I ain't paying Mitch all that money.
Yeah.
This is
why I'm not gonna go back to my
Daniel Turl, man. I mean, Daniel Turl would have probably been.
They should have kept him, man.
That was weird.
Yeah. That was a weird trade, but whatever.
And not to harp on the past, but this is why I introduced all those trade Robinson, scenarios. Is what he does is replaceable, unless he takes another step in his game. Look, we found a same archetype for $5 million.
Right.
And I hold on to Nerlens. I would hold on to him.
I think me and Will were telling you could get Nerlens Noel and Willie Cauley-Stein.
Why we only held on? And why is it only a 1-year contract?
I wish they would have signed him longer.
Yeah.
But
I think what they're trying to do is if these guys if we're losing and these guys are looking good though, they're easy to trade.
Right.
Yeah. And then plus two, you want to bring in you don't totally want to commit to Nerlens Noel, say for 3 years with Thibodeau until he proves it. Like play the 1 year under Thibodeau and then we'll re-sign you back for 2 more years. It's still 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't want, and I hate to sound like the guy that's cheap with the bread, but say you sign Nerlens Noel, the culture doesn't fit. Say the talent is there, but he's just not a fit for the roster. Instead of being locked in for 3 years, like we are with Randle, you know what I'm saying? We just let my man walk. You know what I'm saying? Because say for instance, I'll give you an example why Randle got 3 years. Randle improved every year under terrible coaching. The coaching was terrible with I
was told you can't develop with that.
But Randle improved every year, right? And so us knowing that we had a terrible roster and a terrible coach, terrible organization, we feel like Randle's gonna improve regardless because the track record says he improves. So we give him 3 years and now we stuck. We like, oh god damn it.
I don't think we're stuck. I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe that notion that we're stuck with Randle. I think honestly, I don't think the front office wants to get rid of him just as much as you guys think you guys want to get rid of him. I don't think the front office does because if the front office wanted to, I think they could have.
But you got to understand what I'm saying though. He's still here for 2 more years.
Yeah,
his 3
years a team option.
Yeah.
I think that I see them picking up that option too.
I don't see it.
Yeah,
but my point was the reason why I said that in that context is because if we sign Julius Randle to 1 year, then Randle would be gone already, right? So say if we were dissatisfied with Randle for 1 year, he'd already be gone. But since we signed him to 3 years, he's still here. Whether or not we like him, the franchise likes him or not, it's still the 3 year deal. I understand your point, and it's a valid point. I kind of like it. But my point was the length of the contract, not how much you like the person. You know what I'm saying?
If you look at next year's free agent class, you'd be stupid to pick up his option.
All right.
I think so.
You could probably do what you did with Peyton, just not pick it up and then sign up. If you don't get anybody, just sign him for cheaper.
I think the same thing with Payne. I mean, if they really didn't like him, he wouldn't be signed. But they liked him enough to sign him. And with Randle,
I think with Payne, though, I think they just ran out of options. They didn't.
I'm not sure.
Right, and I agree.
We couldn't get 15, man. That's how low the Knicks are right now.
I agree with State said he don't want Obi Toppin learning nothing from Julius Randle, and I agree. I don't even want Julius Randle showing Obi where the bathrooms at. I don't want him showing him where the cafeteria at. You know what I'm saying? That's how much I'm just like this.
If it's like deep down low, I don't mind him learning post up, so learning how to use your strength in your body. If Obi, even though I think Obi probably.
Hey, you guys can hate Julius Randle all you want. I think he still works hard though. He's still like a hard. Like he can't. Like he lost mad weight. Like look how built he got. Like from like how he entered the league.
Yeah.
And he came back from like a catastrophic leg injury too.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
He got hurt.
It's popular. It's popular to hate Randle, man. So everybody understands.
No, it ain't just that. Yeah,
it's popular.
I don't hate Randle just to hate Randle. I don't hate Randle. I just don't think he's good for the team overall.
I saw my reasons, but I saw with my own eyes in a one possession game the ball roll and Randle not even try to get a loose ball in a one possession game. We up by 3 against the Pacers, and the ball rolled by Randle, and instead of running for it, he stopped. So I'm like, what the fuck? What do you do? What? That's the first thing you learn in basketball. Like, if you want to make this team, the basketball is valuable. If you want to play basketball, if you want to make a team where you don't legit pay money to get on it and pay for your own uniforms, if you legit want to make a team and a ball is loose and you don't, the coach is like, yeah, you remember that time that ball? That's why you back there behind the popcorn, bagging up popcorn. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't have a uniform. Julius Randle legit had plays on defense where all it took was effort. Like, dog, just move your feet, just go, and he didn't do it. And I'm not hating totally on Randle for that, but it's a bunch of stuff like that. Like in games where the Sixers game where RJ Barrett had 19 points at the half, right? And RJ Barrett is cooking, and him and LP come out, and LP and Randle start cooking, except they don't. They come out ice cold and shoot us out the game. You know what I'm saying? So you like, come on, dog. And like to Legion of Knicks podcast point from Tuesday, or today is Friday. So from the other day, I'm just saying that Randle legit saw RJ Barrett in the corner clapping loud, right? And this dude has 3 people around him, and he won't pass the ball to RJ Barrett.
And the play was to go to RJ. Like, he was the right decision to go to. Whether he makes a shot not on him, but
right.
Stuff right. There's the right talent for this next team.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Because so here's the thing. For a 250-pound player in the NBA, I think Julius Randle is top 10 athlete in the league at 250.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, well, no. So who else is more athletic than him at 250?
Oh, at 250?
Aside from LeBron.
He's definitely top 10 as far as 250.
Yeah, if you go at 250, but
yeah, that was the point I was getting at. Yeah, that was my point. That 250-pound dude, Julius Randle is top 10 athlete, right? So I'm not taking that away from him. But what I'm saying is there are just certain things that goes like if you want to be the star, there are certain things that goes along with that star cachet that you get. You know what I'm saying? Like people forget. Like I'll give you an example. People remember the shot that Jordan hit on Brian Russell where he pushed off. But what people don't remember is the Utah Jazz had a 1-point lead and was starting down the clock, and Karl Malone had the ball in the post. Guess what? Guess why Karl Malone didn't score?
Jordan stole it.
Because Jordan stole the ball. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot of things that go into that star cachet. You just don't, you know what I'm saying, get to be the star because you can score the most points. You have to have an efficient impact on the game.
Nobody's expecting freaking Randle to beat Jordan, though.
Yeah, that's on the Knicks.
You expect Randle to beat fucking Jordan?
No. That's not what I'm saying. Saying
you gotta be kind of fair. Like, you gotta be realistic. You can't just be like, "Oh, yo, we got Tim Hardaway."
That's why
Tim Hardaway for 17 mil. He's going to be the next star. Like, no, he's not. He's not going to be the next star.
I know that. I didn't say he was Jordan. I said if you want to have the star cachet, I use that in a context.
But he's not a star. Like you gotta realize that Randle is not a star.
He was a cover your ass signing that just so happened to be the best player on a bad roster. He was a cover your ass signing. That's let's just call it what it is.
Right. Okay, yeah, I dig where you are coming from with that. I dig that.
But again, the Knicks still need another player. Like, Randle's I think he's a decent piece, a decent free agent, but like that's the only player you got. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not. That's
like
not.
You got Wayne Ellington, freaking Taj Gibson.
Like
come on. Like you really expected. You really expected them to freaking make us a winner?
No, but I know that stars
to get out of
here.
At least get to the 8th seed. The idea should be get to the 8th seed with RJ Barrett.
No, RJ's a rookie. That's like you got to be realistic with your expectations.
But you know what though, and people may think I cap hard for Randle, but the reason I got respect for Randle is when everybody shut out New York, the dude say, you know what, I'm going to go there.
Yeah.
Yo, that's hard. That's hard on a rebuilding team.
When Kevin Durant came out and said, man, the Knicks ain't cool, Julius told the media in the world, shit, I feel cool wearing my Knicks shit every day. So I respect the grind. He's not a basketball player you want to be your centerpiece.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have an alpha, preferably at the point guard spot, in order to get the best out of guys like Randle. And that's why I keep saying I think Lonzo Ball would be a great fit, because Lonzo will tell Julius, hey man, you got to move, dog. RJ got the high hand. You got to move.
That's why I disagree. I think Lonzo was talented, but I think it's only a certain few players in the NBA that have that that alleyway, that thing mentality. Like, I think Lonzo has all the talent in the world, right? Like, he's got size, he's got speed in the open court. In the half court, I think it's kind of mitigated because of whatever. But I don't see. I see Chris Paul. I saw Chris Paul get ready to throw a lob, and Blake wasn't there, and he got on Blake Griffin. The whole to Doc Rivers legit was like, "Would you shut the fuck?" He didn't get there. He legit was on Blake Griffin back for like 8 minutes of game time, like wasn't passing the ball or nothing. You know what I'm saying? And Doc was like, yo, you can't be just getting on cats like that. You ruin team chemistry, blah, blah, blah. Chris Paul, I don't care. You said you was going to be there and you wasn't there. Period. You know what I'm saying? And we like, yo, and I was thinking like, Dad, CP3 is just one play. Calm down. You know what I'm saying? But he legit was holding them in each other. Yeah, well, I mean, I can see why. You know what I'm saying? I can, you know? I mean, I can see what, but that's what I'm saying. I don't see Lonzo Ball getting like that on Obi Toppin. You know what I'm saying? I don't legit. I see Lonzo Ball doing diss tracks towards Kyle Kuzma. You know, that's the stuff.
So fucked up.
But do you see the connection he has with Zion? Man, yeah. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Yeah. He makes the game much easier. Zion can't create a shot yet.
Nope.
But Lonzo makes the game that much easier for Zion. That's what Obi Toppin needs. Somebody that, okay, you want to trap Obi, I'm gonna take the three and I'm gonna make it. We don't have that.
For Rondo, man, I would have overpaid for. I don't mind these guys fighting out, right? Do whatever. Give me a proper point guard so we can see what's what with these players, man.
I'm with them.
Because everybody, look, I agree with, everybody saw Frank Nance, DJ. One thing, well, DJ's a point guard, but one thing I would agree with is that you do have players who their talents aren't necessarily, like, they're being held back by bad point guard play. So we'll just never know, I mean, we can say, oh, they should develop this and blah, blah, but we just have had such bad point guard play for so long that, there are parts of some of our players' games that we really can't assess until we get that.
Right. I agree. And you know what? And I would have overpaid Rondo too. Matter of fact, I think Rondo got overpaid this offseason by somebody.
2 years, 15 by the Hawks.
Yeah, yeah. I would have paid him more than that to come to the Knicks. I'll be honest with you because people are pointing to the clear stuff like, man, Rondo doesn't shoot that good. He's not. Why would you want to get such a man?
He actually shot a lot better.
Yeah, in the playoffs he shot.
Especially with high leverage games. I'm telling you, Rondo steps his game up in high. But what I'm saying is we expect, say for instance, we expect a point guard we drafted to go to Randle and say, hey Randle, you wasn't at the spot that you were supposed to be. Randle gonna be like, hey man, get this dude out the game. Rondo gonna be like, hey,
you know who definitely doesn't do that, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
He doesn't come at anybody. That's why, I don't like shy. That's why I listen to people's interviews before the draft. I can't imagine, Killian Hayes, right? I can't imagine him leading a team with, he sounds like he's crying every time when he's in a press conference.
Yeah.
I can't imagine him being like, yo, be here, commanding an offense.
Right.
That's why I was low on LaMelo, because he sounds like an idiot, and I can't imagine him communicating with his teammates.
Right.
Talk. Right. Real talk, man.
Notice every good point guard is very vocal and
very assertive, man.
Yeah, the only one that I could think of that was sounded dumb was Derrick Rose, but he was just an all-time talent.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Derrick had that monotone, man.
Yeah, Derrick Rose, he would put you to sleep in any press conference.
I know who will bark though. You know who will bark on Randle? Austin fucking Rivers.
You know what? You got a good point, maybe.
That dude barked on James Harden. James Harden didn't get back on defense one time. He's like, man, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? He'll bark on him.
Right.
Thibodeau sure as hell will bark on Randle.
James Harden's probably trying to get, Austin Rivers traded the next day. You know how passive aggressive he is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Chris Paul might probably do the same thing. And next thing you know, Chris Paul's getting traded for freaking.
Yeah, James Harden is the reason Chris Paul got traded, man. And the Knicks should have been the first team stepping up, we'll take them and all those draft picks.
Right. Yep. Right. 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 Yeah.
I wanted them last year, and people were making fun of me.
Right, and so that's one of the reasons why I brought up the type of point guard argument. Do you want a chemistry guy, pure scorer at point like Dame Lillard? Like chemistry is so important to Dame Lillard. It's all the homies developing chemistry. Everybody got to feel like they involved. You know what I'm saying? Or do you want a Chris Paul to be like, hey, you didn't read the playbook? Do you know the playbook? Why are you not getting to your spots? You know what I'm saying? And all that, you know what I'm saying? That dude that's gonna be legit. Get him off the floor. He ain't prepared. You know what I'm saying? It's as a Knicks fan, what's your preference? Like my preference, and I keep saying it, my preference is I prefer that floor general type that holds everybody accountable, because I think what it does is it makes everybody better with a trial through fire. You know what I'm saying? Like legit. Teams get better with Chris Paul because it's trial through fire. If you keep messing up, Chris Paul ain't got patience for you. You know what I'm saying? But in the case of a Dame Lillard, who is chemistry first, get all him and CJ McCollum best friends. You know what I'm saying? All kind of stuff. If you're not in the right spot, it don't matter because Dame can bail you out by knocking down a 27-footer, right? It's one of those things. What's your preference? And the thing
Dame sets the tone for Portland too. He's a leader.
Yeah.
Right. All those guys are gravitating towards him. This guy is the man.
Yeah. You said the word. Gravity. Knicks don't have a gravitational player, man. They don't. They don't. Dame, if Portland is down by 15 into the fourth quarter, he can say, you know what, I'm gonna go off for 30 this quarter. I'm gonna drop 60.
Mm-hmm. But he ain't gonna just go off. You know what's gonna happen? Everybody on the team gonna do their thing to make sure Dame get that shot. Nurkic is legit gonna screen the hell out of people for 12 straight minutes to make sure that Dame get that shot off. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a whole thing. They know Dame as a guy, so they play together so that Dame so it can be Dame time. So Dame time is not just about Dame playing 1-on-5. Dame is about dudes selling out to make sure that Dame get those shots off. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're doing that daytime against the Lakers, and I don't know about that.
Yeah, because I'm not a big fan, and I feel like we can ready to head to that conversation, and I don't want to go there this deep into the pod because I know it's gonna rub all y'all the wrong way, and it's gonna be like a 2-hour conversation. But you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, we already know. We already know your views on Dame.
I just don't think Dame Lillard is a winner. I think he'll lose.
Oh God, this again.
I just can't see.
So Freezy, if you traded out Dame and Stephen Curry, would they not win because he's not a winner?
Which team? Portland or Golden State?
If you put Damian Lillard on Golden State Warriors, that won the championship, would they still lose?
What do you mean? Would they get the same result?
Yeah.
No.
You don't think so?
No. You don't believe that, Freezy. You don't believe that, Freezy. You don't believe that.
No.
You can't believe that.
Because the thing is this. Why can't he do it for his own team? Why do we have to
he doesn't have Draymond, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson. He has CJ McCollum.
You can't do that.
I think CJ McCollum, I don't want to say he's overrated, but I think you're blaming Damian Lillard when I think it should be
like
CJ
you're
McCollum.
blaming you're saying Lillard's not a winner because he's not on the Warriors.
No, I'm saying he's not a winner because he doesn't do. Okay, so this
you're expecting him to make freaking Yusuf Nurkic to be like Jokic now? Like, come on.
No, not Jokic. No,
but like you gotta look at their rosters, you know.
What I'm saying
is saying, oh yeah, it's his fault because he can't win with CJ McCollum, Trevor Ariza, and Carmelo Anthony.
And Yusuf Nurkic.
And Hassan Whiteside.
What I'm saying is I saw Dame Lillard get injured in the playoffs and miss a playoff game when his team needed him, right? And you know how he injured himself? Anthony Davis drove by a guard, a 6'2" guard, let a 6'10" power forward drive by him, right? And Damian Lillard reached around him during the blow-by and dislocated his finger. I mean, come on.
You're a hater. You're a hater, man. Okay, what is it? What is it? If he's not a winner, what does it make every single freaking player on the Knicks?
Losers.
They're all losers, right?
Yeah.
So why should we build him?
He's just Jason Curry. I think he's falling into the game time thing a little bit too much. He probably feels trapped. Like, damn, I don't know. I don't think I can. This is the highest his team could go. But Dame is not a loser like that, man. He's
I think
so. When has Dame Lillard won? If Dame Lillard has won anything, I'll take it all back.
Has Patrick Ewing won anything? He's a loser.
Good point.
What's Patrick Ewing win?
Nothing.
That's a very good. Has Dame Lillard been to the NBA Finals?
He's been to the Western Conference Finals,
and they got swept. And the most unfair matchup you ever saw in your life. Who did they get swept by the way?
The Warriors.
Okay.
There's my point. One of the best teams of all time.
So the thing is the thing that I want to point out is this, like in my definition of a winner, and say people that lose, like there are losers and then there are people that lose, like. Say for instance, that Cleveland Cavaliers team that had LeBron, I think that's just a group of guys that lost to a buzzsaw. You know what I'm saying? You can't say those cats are losers because they legit put games together where they were competitive and they legit put so much effort in that they won individual awards. You know what I'm saying? But Dame Lillard has won absolutely nothing. You know what I mean?
You're totally wrong.
He has never has Dame Lillard ever been first team NBA?
Probably. I think he probably got it this year.
Never been first team. He never been first team All NBA. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That the Dame Lillard conversation is one that we get a guy, we get confused with a guy that accrues numbers, confused with a guy that's a winner. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just one of those.
2018 All NBA first team.
I'm wrong there.
3 times All NBA second team.
Well, hey, I'm wrong there. I never.
2014 All NBA third team. You know what was the year before? He got Rookie of the Year. So his second year in the league, he got All NBA.
Yeah, I think y'all cap for. I think the dude is a great player. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is a dude hadn't won. The dude, I mean, legit on
only one team wins a year, man.
Yeah. I subscribe to that. I say only one team wins a year, and it's fair to put all the winning and losing on individual player or even a franchise.
Here's another one. Is Steve Nash a winner?
I think I would like to think Steve Nash is a winner. You know what I'm saying?
He's never made a final.
So, but he ran into a buzzsaw. He ran into the Lakers triangle.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
He always lost to the Spurs.
Is Melo a winner?
No, Melo is a great player, a stat compiler. You know what I'm saying? I put him in the name.
So that's Syracuse. When he led Syracuse to a national championship, that's a fluke.
No.
There's been top prospects that probably had better teams around them.
No, he's a winner in that sense. The thing he did at Syracuse was almost a miracle. The thing that Melo did, you know what I'm saying? I think he's a winner in that.
Once we got to the Nuggets, they never missed the playoffs. It was until he got to the Knicks and the Knicks failed him to build around him.
Well, I mean, a lot of that stuff too is not just the front office. You have to look at the context in which they did stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if Melo could have waited and we could have kept that team in place and signed him, and it's a bunch of stuff. But anyway, my point to it is we can't just take a guy that just compiles a bunch of numbers and just anoint them as a GOAT. I think
I didn't say he was the GOAT. I said he's a really good player, and he's not a loser.
Okay.
You're saying he's not a winner.
Hey, duly noted. And I'll say this about Dame Lillard, right? Who I like a lot. I just don't think we should put him in a category with the Steph Curry. Saying that substituting one for the other results and the same results, I think is probably a reach. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying if you switch Wilt Chamberlain and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, would the Lakers have won more championships?
Yeah.
No.
Do you think if you put Ewing on the Rockets, they would have still won?
I think in that scenario where you put Ewing on a better team, and you know what, and I won't even say a better team because I think the best team that year was probably the Seattle Supersonics was probably the best team in that year. But if you put Ewing in that situation where he's surrounded with shooters and he can ISO all day, man, bro, Ewing probably would have won at least 3 championships with that team. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion. Now a lot. It's hard to. I say that as a biased Knicks fan, but Olajuwon may be top 3, top 4 center of all time. Is Pat Ewing top 3, top 4 center all time? I mean, you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. So
he's top 10, but he's not top.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I want Pat to be up there, but I just can't legit say that. You know what I mean? But I wanted to get back to what Guillermo said about Rondo. The fact that I feel like if we'd have signed a Rondo this offseason, and with a Tom Thibodeau with a floor general, I think we could probably be pushing that 35 win thing easy. I think it'll be a lot easier than I'm talking about pushing for it. I'm not saying getting there. I'm just saying pushing for that 35 win thing probably would be more attainable than it would be without Rondo.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. So do y'all think the Hawks are going to take the leap this year? And I'm asking about the Hawks because I think the Hawks were before free agency in the draft. I think the Hawks were probably the one team behind us that I feared could leapfrog us and make it hard for us to make the playoffs. And then now that they made their offseason moves and such.
Yeah, I think they are.
You think
I'm gonna go.
They're definitely 8th or 9th.
Yeah, they're gonna leapfrog big. They got a Okongwu. They traded Clint Capella for another player. I can't remember right now. They also got Bogdan Bogdanovic, and they also signed Danilo Gallinari. I mean, that's stuff that I want the Knicks front office to do. You know,
they're gonna be raining threes next year, man.
Yeah.
So whoever Trae Young passes the ball to is in trouble.
As a shooter, yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know, so that's a scoring option. You know,
right.
I think we're better than Cleveland, and
I don't think so. How are we better than Cleveland? I don't want to dish.
I just think they're dysfunctional. So
no, I don't think they're. I think that's how. Explain to me how they're dysfunctional, so that I understand and not just disagree.
Did you see Kevin Love last year when he always openly flipped out?
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, he made a not but they also have Larry Nance Jr.
Oh. No,
Larry Nance Jr. is a decent power forward.
Exactly, he's decent.
Right.
Yo,
he's all right.
I know. I seen Larry Nance and Larry Nance Jr. play in the NBA, dog. I'm with you. I understand.
And they got at the small forward Kevin Porter Jr. One of my favorite guys. Isaac Okoro might be okay. Colin Sexton.
I like Colin Sexton. That's about it. But
Colin Sexton. What about Darius Garland?
I'm not a fan of him either.
Yeah, he'll be a 6. I don't think Porter Jr. is going to be a 3 for them. I think he played it because they needed offense on the floor with Darius Garland. Yeah. But I think Darius Garland's ass is going to the bench. I think they're going to roll with Sexton, Porter Jr., my man they just drafted this year, Okoro. And then they'll probably go with Kevin Love and Andre Drummond.
I think
Okoro is going to be a bust. You heard it here first.
So it's possible.
He's only got one.
Thank you. Who's the chef? Who said it? Andre Bryant, 2020 MKG.
There's no way. I think the Cavs roster. I'm not trying to diss, but the Cavs roster is, in my eyes, is way better than the Knicks roster.
Yeah, that doesn't mean.
It doesn't mean they're gonna be good. Last year, I thought our roster was better than Orlando. And then Orlando made the playoffs.
Orlando's been making the playoffs for the last 2 years.
But their main guy has a knee injury.
Their main guy is Vucevic, and then that's it.
Yeah, but
Vucevic.
Yeah, but they also have Markelle Fultz. I think Markelle Fultz is what the? Okay, but
Fultz is okay.
Fultz he took a big leap last year.
He did.
He did. I mean, 15 points per game and all that. And yeah. I mean, let me look at it because I don't want to.
No, I don't want to cap.
I thought you were talking about big leap, from 14 points a game to 21 points a game and solid defense and such. I like Markelle Fultz.
But 15 points does it for me. I mean, you give me 15 points per game, I wouldn't be complaining about Frank Ntilikina. Dennis Smith Jr.
Wait, he didn't even get 15 points. He got 12 points.
12 points.
Right, that's what I thought. 12 points a game. And on your and God of Moses and Elijah, Dennis Smith Jr. averaged 15 points a game. Aside from that 1 year, that one bum year played with us.
He does that again. I'm cool with him.
Yeah. Yeah, but my point to it all is I think Orlando may take a step backwards this year. They may not. Right?
Step backwards compared to last year.
They have Mo Bamba, and Mo Bamba barely got minutes last year. I feel like this year,
I don't think he's gonna get minutes.
But you're talking about the Hawks?
We're talking about Orlando.
Wow.
Yeah. I said Mo Bamba barely got a lot of minutes last year. I feel like this year he's gonna get a lot. And also that they drafted that kid Chuma Okeke. So I feel like
they finally signed him because he had a knee injury last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
you talking about the kid from Auburn? Wood know who you talking about?
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, me and Wood know because he used to tear up the SEC. You know what I'm saying? My man is good.
And then he tore up his knee.
Yeah. He tore up his knee before the I think it was in the SEC. Yeah.
In one of the tournaments, he tore his ACL.
Yeah. So he's going to be a lot better than what people think too. By the way, he may even start over Terrence Ross. I mean, in my opinion, but he is like one of those guys in that Isaac Okoro template where he, super athletic, can do a lot of stuff defensively, hustle real hard. But I think my man has a little more offense than Okoro does. And I don't know how. I just know my man can score. I guess he's adept at scoring from. I'm not for sure if he's a 3-point shooter or not. All I know was when we saw him in Columbia, that dude just looked different than everybody. You know what I'm saying? When we saw that dude play, he looked like these guys are elite athletes, but that dude right there is different. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I think they got him, But anyways, I think the thing with the Knicks point guard situation, man, is if we had signed Rondo, I feel like we probably be a lot closer.
Yeah, of course. That's a huge upgrade from Payton.
Right, but we signed. I think we signed a bunch of guys to Brad, and we could have used that money on Rondo.
We still have money. That's the funny part. We still have,
but we don't have to. And the weird thing is, we don't have to use it until the last day of the NBA season, right? But it frustrates me that Rondo, there were no rumors Rondo to the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Because he wanted to go to a quote unquote playoff team.
Yeah,
but I believe now that I think about it, Rondo can play with Trae Young, and they could just have Trae Young play off ball, and he could just pass the ball all the way to all three of those guys.
I think Trae is more effective playing long ball. I think he's going to be a good spell for Rondo, but they don't. I'm not sure they're going to play well together. Now, Bogdanovich and Trae Young will probably play fairly well together, but I don't see Rondo.
Yeah. Golly, man. So all these rumors we talked about during the offseason, man. Like I remember legit like sitting in the chat, Legion of Knicks podcast chat, and all these rumors were going around like, why wouldn't we trade for Buddy Hield? Why don't we trade for both the backcourt? Why don't we trade for Fox and Hill? Just give them everything. And all these rumors with a whole bunch of different people, and then the offseason plays out, and we don't get any of them guys. We bring back LP. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that was a surprise.
Dude,
how shocked was about that? I was shocked.
I thought the one guy that was going to come back was Taj Gibson. He's not even back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think Nerlens Noel or Mitchell Robinson, whoever starts and backs up, I think the combination of Mitch and Nerlens is better than the combination of Mitch and Taj.
Yep. Way better.
Yeah.
So Bullock is an upgrade from freaking Ellington.
Yes.
You think? Yeah. I think Bullock might get traded. I have that feeling like he might be the guy to go.
Hey, they got to play him. They got to bring his value.
I don't think they got the minutes for him. I just think they're just so crowded at that. They got so many guards.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see us with this last roster spot or whoever it is, this last just take a shot on a high upside guy that's low value right now. You know what I'm saying? go find an 84 Mustang out the junkyard. You know what I'm saying? And see if we can turn it into a classic. You know what I'm saying? Like see if we have the magic touch. Not for a bunch of guys. I don't want to do that for a bunch of guys. Kind of like in Fizdale first year. With this roster, I can't see that working. But
like Justice Winslow? He didn't even play on Memphis.
That's basically what Carl's going to be in the next few years. But,
yeah, I know.
Stanley Johnson.
Yeah.
That's what Carl's going to be in the next few years, too. Man.
I'm telling you, man. Him and Denny Avdija, I did not want at all on my team.
Denny was, oh my gosh.
So do y'all see a player out there, say a point guard prospect or team need player out there that we can find, like get off the scrap heap and maybe try to rehabilitate?
Quinn Cook.
Oh gosh.
That's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick.
Yeah.
He's better than what we have.
Yeah.
That's saying much, man.
Yeah. I know. Like I like DeLon Wright. You know DeLon Wright?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was traded today, right?
We got traded, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So there are a bunch of guys out there with like that draft lottery talent that probably had it put it all together. Like so the player that I would like for us to see if we can secure is the kid from Chicago, Thomas Satoransky, right? And not that he be the point guard, not that he be the point guard of the future, but he legit be the best backup point guard you can ever, because he's just good enough to keep the offense going while your starter is off the floor or off ball, but not good enough to command a whole bunch of money in free agency. Like he's always a threat to leave. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like that. Like I wouldn't want a Spencer Dinwiddie type because it's just too much to ask. Like you got to pay so much to get them, and then you got to always wind up trying to keep them. You know what I'm saying? I would much rather us get like a situation where we can find just somebody like maybe even an undrafted guy. It may the Quinn Cook thing I think is valuable. I think that's who Trey Jones is going to be. You know, the classic rock solid Duke point guard that's good on D and fun. Chad Pennington. If I can find us a Chad Pennington at point guard right now, I'd be super happy. And I know Jets fans hate to hear me say that, but that's basically what
I always hate you say that.
How about a Tim Tebow like Frank Ntilikina? He has the biggest fan base ever.
The biggest fan base ever.
No, but I spoke about Thomas Satoransky before. That I think he'll be all right for the Knicks.
Right. Just somebody because like Andy N said, everybody is not going to be an all-star, right?
No.
Everybody on your team is not going to be an all-star, and I understand that, Andy. When you make the point, I understand what you were saying, right? But at the time, like what I was saying is you know, invest in a guy like a Rondo who you know is going to be probably one of the highest IQ players in the game, and you know in high leverage situations he's going to step his game up.
Oh, shit. DeLon Wright's on the Pistons?
Huh?
DeLon Wright's on the Pistons?
Yeah, they made so many moves, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, they traded for him.
Wow.
No, because that's a pretty good. Like he's a pretty good point guard. He might start over Hayes.
Yeah, good point.
I think that might be the only team the Knicks are better. Might have a better record than the Pistons. That might be it.
Yeah,
really.
That's the only team that I can see. Like, okay, we might be. But other than that, like,
at least they have a good coach, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
You think Killing's going to be a bust, Boots?
I don't think he's as good as Rick says he is. He's definitely going to take time, and then I don't know. The French, man. I don't trust them. I don't trust the French.
So you don't trust the French. that's so odd. But anyway, what I was gonna say is I don't know if I trust that take that Gata, Moses, and Elijah just made about the Knicks and the Pistons, because both franchises have former NBA Coach of the Year coaches. You know what I'm saying? And so even if you give them less than desirable parts, just their coaching ability will pull out wins in certain situations. You know what I mean? So and also, I don't know if you need to have a flashy roster either. And that's the reason why I was kind of high on Lionel Hollins, because they had a roster of Mike Conley, Zach Randolph, Tony Allen, and Marc Gasol, who were all like young, trying to come into their own. But they would legit beat people because of scheme. You know what I'm saying? That grit and grind scheme that they ran. So that's the reason why I'm trying to figure out what the Knicks do. Like, what is Tom Thibodeau going to hang his? I mean, cause I know the obvious answer is well, we're going to do pick and roll on offense, and we're going to play high pressure defense. But I mean, I think a lot of teams do that in spurts. But trying to figure out how Thibodeau is going to out scheme the next team has been a struggle for me, because I don't know exactly what he can implement with a bunch of players that are super young and veterans.
Use comps of what he had before. What players fit some of the other players he may have had in the past? I mean, for his Knicks team, is probably a very poor example, but you know what I'm saying? That's probably the best way you could do it. He's very versatile in how he sets up offensive sets based on who he has.
Right.
So, but he said he wants corner threes.
Remember that year? I think he didn't even have Noah some games, and like Rose was hurt out for the year. Like, he still made the playoffs.
Yeah.
With like Robinson and
right, and so,
Ryan Brewer.
Yeah, so what I was going to say, I was just going to point, because so there was a year where he had Luol Deng, Jimmy Butler, and Tony Snell on the floor all at the same time, running these weird motion sets where everybody was kind of like a ball handler, and everybody was in motion, and they didn't have a traditional power forward. I think it was like Noah, and then some just name whatever point guard off the street. You know what I'm saying? Just some random whoever. And they were still beating teams, and they took that into the playoffs. And I'm wondering if that's what he's going to do with Alec Burke and RJ Barrett and these big combo jumbo guard type guys. But I don't know if he can do that and still play Randle, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and Nerlens Noel. You know what I mean?
That one year that he didn't have Rose, like his best player was Luol Deng. He averaged 16 points per game.
Right.
Jimmy Butler was like in his second year, and then he had Noah, Boozer, Heinrich, Marco Bellinelli, Taj Gibson, Rip Hamilton.
Yeah.
But like, if you look at their minutes, like, he went with a 9-man rotation, like I'm saying he's gonna do with the Knicks.
So I guess that's where we are. You know, with it, I guess we don't know because Tibs doesn't know. I guess he's, he won't know.
We'll see December 11th.
Yeah. Hey, so when do players report?
The first.
So they report on the first, and that's physicals and all that stuff, and then training camp starts probably. Okay. So I guess the schedule will tell all, man. I mean, I guess that's where we are. Hey y'all, man, I'm about to jump off, man. About to go and wrap it here, man. I appreciate everybody, man. Of course, y'all know I'm be on tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat station. Hopefully, I'll be able to do better tomorrow. Right? Hey,
well, what do we do?
Hey, huh? Y'all kept me afloat.
You gotta work on your takes, man.
That's what I just said.
Oops, what did you think you just said? I think you're wrong.
Yeah, that's not just saying. But yo, Wood, at some point we got to talk about this kid, man, Scala BCA. We got to talk about Scal.
It's too late, man.
We got to talk about Scal at some point, Wood.
We'll be talking about him when he signs a big deal next year.
Hey, so who is he with now? Who's he with now? Atlanta?
I think he's still with Atlanta.
He's not a free agent? Thought he was.
Bruh. Okay. All right.
So you're saying he's going to be the next breakout star for you?
Me? No. Wood alluded to something along those lines, but I prefer for him to take the microphone and run with it. But I keep offering him the mic and he won't run with it. He keeps saying next time. Like Uncle Freezy and his Janet Jackson story. It's always next time.
Yeah, we're never going to hear that story.
Yeah. So anyway, thank everybody, man, for jumping on, man. This was super dope. It was a lot of takes, and I'm sorry about cutting y'all off when y'all were getting into takes, but I really want to. When sometimes, and I know I keep saying this, but sometimes y'all will say a point, and it'll be have 3 dope points in it, and sometimes we don't take the time to drill down in it because we kind of cut people off, and all that stuff. And so what it does is it makes the conversation choppy. And then people are like, but my man said such and such, and we never got back to it. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I just jump into when y'all make y'all points, I'll be like, yo, no, make sure you elaborate on that. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna jump off, man. Shout out to my main man, Tim Russell. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Nothing But Knicks channel, the NBK fam, Die Hard Knicks. Legion of Knicks podcast. Make sure we want to get him to we want to get that to 1,200 subs before the end of the year because the joint is dope.
Yo, Freezy, hold on. Freezy got, well, this is not showing it properly yet, but Freezy got 342 subs, man. Let's get it up to 500 by the year end. At least 500.
Yeah, let's work on it because the channel because this one right here is more like open mic than others. And it's just not just about me, because I bring my takes to the table. I don't care. Y'all be mad. But it's others that jump on and they bring dope takes too, man. So make sure y'all support them and all the stuff that they do too. We're gonna jump on today, 11:45 p.m. and I'll holler at y'all.
Peace.
Later, man.
Hey, thank y'all too, man.
Yeah, later, guys. Thanks for watching.
Peace, guys.
Yep.
Later, man. We're gonna talk about John Wall next time, man.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did. He did.